Good evening, esteemed and honorable members of council, Chief of Staff for Mayor Carney, Saran Cade, Chief of Staff, City Council, Elijah Simmons, Deputy Chief of Staff, Mergler, department heads, Office of Management and Budget, and members of the public. Today is Wednesday, April 1st, and I would like to call to order the Finance Committee meeting. This evening, there are two budget hearings scheduled, the Mayor's Office, followed by City Council. I first would like to start by recognizing members of the Finance Committee that are in attendance this evening by doing a roll call. Councilmember Darby, Councilmember Hackett, Councilmember Oliver, Councilmember Bracy,
Present.
Councilmember Spadola,
Present.
President Trippy Congo. I would also like to recognize any other council persons present by doing a roll call. Councilmember Owens, Councilmember Cabrera, I believe she asked to be excused, Councilmember Willard, Councilmember Johnson, Councilmember Field, and Councilmember McCoy. Mayor Carney presented a proposed budget for council on March 19th. The budget as proposed includes the following: 0% property tax rate increase, 9.995% water, sewer, and stormwater rates increase, which is equivalent to $7.95 of an increase to the current monthly bill based on typical residential customers using 4,000 gallons of water per month. 1.16% increase in the sewer factor for inside city customers only, $25.7 million transfer from the Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund for the following purposes: $1.7 million transfer to the general fund to balance the budget, considering expenditures is far outpacing revenues. $4 million transfers to the Economic Development Strategic Fund, which $1 million is specifically earmarked for the Small Minority Business Program. $20 million transferred to the Neighborhood Stabilization Fund for the following: $200,000 for the Housing Expo, $500,000 for the Wilmington Neighborhood Conservancy Land Bank, $500,000 for the Home Lottery Repair Program, $2 million for Vacant Lots Program, and $16.8 million for affordable housing subsidies. The proposed general fund budget totals $212 million, up $10.8 million, or 5.4%. The proposed water sewer fund budget totals $100 million, up $5.1 million. There is not a capital budget for fiscal year 2027 because it is only done in even years. The proposed general fund budget factors several items that will warrant much discussion during these proceedings. One, expenditures are far outpacing revenues based on the latest 5-year projections done by the Office of Management and Budget. The fiscal year 2026 mid-year budget amendment that added new positions to the budget. Another, a net change of 19 new positions to this proposed budget, which 12 positions pertain to EMS ambulance service. And then another, ARPA funding is required to be fully exhausted by December 31st, 2026. So these are some of the items that we definitely will continue to have more discussion. Regarding the ARPA funding being required to be fully exhausted by December 31st, it's including the CPSI, which was initiated by City Council in CY 2023. This current budget lacks the necessary funding. Also, the Office of Community Safety was established by executive order of the mayor in March 2026. Also, the property tax reassessment. This is a result of a court mandate that's within the purview of Newcastle County, who authorized Tyler Technologies to perform a property tax reassessment based on market rate value, which is revenue neutral. I am looking forward to working with the mayor and my colleagues to learn more on the plans for how the mayor intends to best handle, as well as Newcastle County, that particular topic as it relates to the property assessment, while realizing that the property tax rate, if bifurcated, which relives some of the financial burden, need to determine if this budget provides the necessary funding and resources to assist with appeals, and if any internal assessments that may be required. Also, water sewer rates. While the FY27 proposed water rates submitted to council from the mayor are lower than the recommendations by UCAP, the Utility Citizens Advisory Board, this council must review these rates as well as understand the impact of other rising costs such as Delmarva bills, property taxes due to the reassessment, rising costs also of gas, and etc. The mayor has shared his vision for the intended planned use of the FY27 proposed budgetary funds. Now it is council's fiduciary responsibility to review the budget, have budget hearings with the various departments to get a complete plan on the intended use of these budgetary funds, and then to have negotiations with the administration on any changes that may be warranted to this proposed budget. By charter, council must adopt a balanced budget, and it shall be the duty of the council at least 30 days before the end of the fiscal year to adopt the annual operating ordinance for the next fiscal year. Council has shared its priorities with the mayor, which are inclusive of the following. 1, public safety, expanding CPSI to other parts of the city, expanding partners and care hours, Wilmington Community Police Accountability Board, etc. Also, the neighborhood stabilization, which is funding for the home lottery repair program, Goodwill litter program, property rehabilitation program, affordable housing, community revitalization fund, housing trust, and property tax reassessment inequities. Also, community, Juneteenth celebration, vacant contract structure for rodents, education, safe haven funding for a site location in the 6th District, HBCU funding specifically for the City of Wilmington residents only, and the Office of Educational Advocacy. Around economic development, small minority business program, small business expo, a nonprofit summit, and other suggestions. And then, lastly, the financial stability, which is the water assistance program, water tax abatement program, and also I needed to include parks, which is the Christina Park, our unhoused, working in partnership with the Friendship House and the Youth Master Plan. Also, ensuring that council legislative mandates are adequately funded, such as traffic calming devices, historical markers, residency assistance fund, escrow program, and 50% property tax abatement legislation, to name a few. Before I turn it over to Mr. Cade for opening remarks, I would like to inform everyone that public comments will be made at the end of each department's budget hearing, and that we will look forward to having participation from the public. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. If there is any follow-up information during any of the budget hearings, Ms. Bassnight, to my right, will track and follow up on those requests. The budget hearings have time limitations due to time constraints. I kindly ask if all can be mindful and respectful of time. All budget questions should be of a fiscal budgetary matter only and will be limited based upon time limitations. I ask that if my colleagues have any questions, please raise your hand. It is intended for each department to present Then questions shall be slated afterwards. And also to my council colleagues, we're going to do rounds of questions. So we'll do one round. Each council member can ask 2 questions and do 2 follow-ups. And then we'll start another round if needed and another round. But we will start with each council member asking 2 questions and 2 follow-ups if needed. And I will be addressing the finance council members first. So, Mr. Cade, I now turn it over to you for opening comments and remarks, then followed by a financial overview by Mr. Rob Winkler, OMB Deputy Director, then followed by an overview with Mr. Cade and Ms. Mergler, as well as for a question and answer session with council, inclusive of Mr. Patrick and Mrs. Betts. The hearing is tentatively slated for 90 minutes, and I want to acknowledge Councilmember Willier, Owens, President Congo, and Council Member Hackett. Chief of Staff Cade.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good evening, Chairwoman Harley, members of the Finance Committee, President Congo, and members of Council. Thank you for the opportunity to open these budget hearings on behalf of Mayor Carney and the administration. I'll be direct. I know there's a lot of you who have been outside helping to put tents up and all those other things, so I'll be conscious of your time today. I'll be direct because I know that's what this moment is calling for. This is a responsible budget. It is disciplined, and it's a budget that reflects both our ambitions as a city and the very real limits of our resources. We are asking this council and the public to hold 2 truths at the same time. First, Wilmington is moving in the right direction. Crime is down, investment is up, neighborhoods are beginning to stabilize. We are seeing real momentum in our economy and in our housing market. There are obvious problems and concerns which must be dealt with, but all in all, we are moving in the right direction. At the same time, secondarily, our fiscal reality is tight. Revenues are not keeping pace with the full scope of needs and expectations placed on this government. Residents are still feeling the strain of reassessment, rising utility costs, and broader economic pressures. That matters, and it has shaped every decision in this budget that you're going to see. So the mayor's made a choice. We'll control ongoing spending and operating costs. We will avoid adding new structural costs that we cannot sustain. And where we do spend, we will prioritize investments that produce lasting returns for the city and its residents. That brings me to housing. There's one issue that cuts across every single one of your districts, every neighborhood, and every conversation we have with residents is housing affordability. And I want to be equally direct here. We do not have the luxury of pursuing strategies that may feel good in the short term, but fail to solve the problem. The core issue in Wilmington and in cities across the country is not simply that the rent is too high. That is a symptom of a greater problem. It is that we do not have enough housing to meet the current demand. This is something that has been stated by our our State Department Housing Authority over the last few years and currently. And so until we address the supply in a meaningful way, prices will remain high. That is the reality of the market, whether we like it or not. There are those who argue that the answer is to expand rental assistance. We understand that perspective, and to be clear, rental assistance has a role, particularly for our most vulnerable residents. But as a primary strategy for affordability, it falls short. It does not create a single new unit of housing. It does not reduce the underlying cost of development. And when applied broadly, it risks keeping prices elevated across the market. We saw this during the pandemic, during COVID, when the state and the federal government put a lot of federal resources into the rental assistance program. What we saw was in an environment where there is a shortage of housing, the market impact is that prices stay high. There's no incentive in the marketplace for an individual landlord to drop their prices if they know that the government is going to come in and provide the difference between what the individual can afford and what their prices are. So what they do is they've kept their prices high, which causes the exact same problem that we are now asking for more rental assistance to solve. It does not make logical sense. If there were a death-defying emergency, a pandemic where individuals couldn't work and you knew that they were going back to work and be able to pay those costs, that is the area where emergency rental assistance comes into play. But for individuals who are chronically underemployed or underemployed, issuing rental assistance with no firm end zone, with no job at the end of it, with no opportunity for those rent prices to fall, makes no sense. You spend a whole lot of money, and on the back end, you still don't have an affordable unit. Individuals are still dealing with eviction, and you just spent millions of dollars to get people through a few months. So, with that being said, on top of that, rental assistance is already being administered by the state through existing programs. Asking city taxpayers to fund a parallel system is not only not a sustainable path, but it's also not a comprehensive affordability strategy, because you're asking individuals to pay taxes twice on the exact same service that they are entitled to at the state level. To position that in some way as though we're saving them money, you're just double taxing them for the same service rather than holding accountable the individuals who are supposed to provide that service. You're taking the easy route out, which really isn't the most prudent route out, but it's the easy route out. Instead of holding them accountable, you're going to beggar the city, in order to try to make up for what the state and the federal government have not provided enough of. And so we just fundamentally disagree on that. We're willing to have conversations with folks who want to see more affordable units, but spending money in that way does not solve our overall problem. We believe that there's a better way. The mayor's budget proposes a significant one-time investment using funds that are by definition one-time in nature to directly address the root causes of the problem, the cost of building housing. By reducing the cost through targeted incentives, we can unlock private development and investment, bring projects off the sideline, and most importantly, create new units that are locked in at affordable rates for years to come. This approach does several things at once. It creates a supply of housing. It creates construction jobs and economic activity in the near term. It turns vacant and underutilized properties into productive tax-generating assets. It stabilizes neighborhoods block by block. And over time, it grows the city's tax base through property taxes, through wage taxes, and through broader economic activity that comes with new residents, existing residents, and investment. This is how you begin to bend the cost curve. Not by chasing rising prices with ongoing subsidies, but by changing the underlying dynamics of the market. And just as importantly, this strategy allows us to tackle another issue that members of this council consistently raise and that residents feel every day, which is public safety. Because housing policy and public safety are not separate conversations in Wilmington, they are directly connected. Too many of the vacant properties and underutilized lots we are targeting sit in the very areas that we are also trying to stabilize from a public safety standpoint. They become magnets for illegal dumping. They create spaces where nuisance activity takes hold. In some cases, they provide cover for some serious criminal behavior. Left unaddressed, a single vacant property can destabilize an entire block. So when we talk about investing in housing, we're not just talking about affordability in the abstract. We're talking about reclaiming those spaces. We're talking about eliminating the conditions that allow disorder to take root. We're talking about restoring stability block by block, neighborhood by neighborhood, taking a vacant property and turning it into a home, taking an empty lot and turning it into something productive. It is prevention, it is stabilization, and it's far more durable than trying to police our way out of all of these conditions that we have the ability to fix at the source. Now, that does not replace the need for strong, effective policing. It complements it. This budget continues to invest in strategies that are working, a coordinated, data-driven approach to public safety, and the establishment of the Office of Community Safety to ensure that our efforts across departments and partners are aligned and focused. But we should be clear-eyed about this. If we want safer neighborhoods, we have to invest in the physical and economic conditions that make those neighborhoods stable in the first place. That is exactly what this budget is designed to do, and is all grounded in the same fiscal discipline. We are using one-time funds for one-time investments. We are avoiding long-term obligations that the general fund cannot sustain. We are making strategic choices that position the city for stronger, more stable revenues in the future. That same discipline, again, runs through this budget. In core services, we are maintaining performance while being mindful of costs. In economic development, we are continuing to leverage targeted investments to attract jobs, grow small businesses, and strengthen our commercial corridors. Across every category, the question has been the same. Does this investment produce real measurable value for the people of Wilmington, and can we sustain it? If the answer to either of those questions was no, it did not make it into this budget. I want to close with this. There are no easy budgets at this stage. I always give a shout out to our OMB team. I know what it's like to put together a budget with all of the stakeholders involved, and it's not an easy thing to do. And they come with very tough choices. The choices in front of us are real, and in some cases they're difficult. But there's also real opportunity. We have momentum as a city, we have a clear understanding of our challenges, and we have a strategy that is grounded in both practicality and long-term impact. This budget does not attempt to do everything, but it does attempt to do the things that matter most. And it does them in a way that is honest about our constraints and serious about our results. We look forward to working with each of you over the course of these hearings. We welcome your questions, your scrutiny, and your partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Winkler.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Harley, and good afternoon, members of council. So today I'll be providing an overview of the FY 2027 Mayor's Office budget. Could I get the next slide? All right, so the proposed Mayor's Office budget is $7.7 million, which is up $321,000, or 4.3% compared to the FY 2026 original budget. So just a couple things to mention about this. One, this is exclusive of the Office of Economic Development, which will be discussed during a separate hearing on April 20. And two, the FY26 budget shown here is the original FY26 budget. So it doesn't include the impacts of the recent budget amendment. So that said, personal services are up $233,000, or 6.4%. Materials, supplies, and equipment, or MS&E, is up a net $24,000, or 1.2%. And total staffing across all funds is 27 FTEs, which is up a net 1 from FY26. And again, that's relative to the original FY26 budget. All right, next slide. All right, so let's take a look at the major funding changes for this year, again, starting with personal services. So first, as part of the mid-year FY26 budget amendment, the Office of Community Safety was created. This included the addition of the Director of Community Safety, and for FY27, the cost of this position is just over $141,000. Beyond this, the FY27 budget has a net $31,000 increase for temporary salaries. This includes a $24,000 reduction due to the reduced need for admin division temp support, as well as a $35,000 addition in constituent services for a Spanish-speaking temporary employee, which was previously budgeted in temp agencies. Now, $20,000 has also been added to the Office of Emergency Management to provide coverage for the Emergency Management Planner, since this position is expected to be vacant in FY27 due to uncertainty regarding federal grant funding. Now, to account for the expected savings that are due to that vacancy, the Office of Emergency Management budget also includes an offsetting $66,000 personal services adjustment, and that's in both the general and the special funds. All right, so as to MS&E, we are budgeting to be up a little over $24,000. Now, the largest change here is related to the creation of the Office of Community Safety, which has $60,000 for consultants, along with $3,000 for supplies. Now, partially offsetting that are several decreases. First, there's a $10,000 reduction to contracted maintenance services for graffiti removal, which better reflects historical usage. And second, there's a $10,000 reduction to electricity costs in emergency management, since these costs are now expected to be covered using grant funds. All right, so those are the main changes for the mayor's office for FY27. If you have any questions related to the budget, I'm happy to take them now. Otherwise, we give the floor to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Winkler. Ms. Bassnight has a question.
Yeah, Mr. Winkler,
Sure.
for the position in the Office of Emergency Management,
Yes.
you mentioned about the $66,000 in the attrition. Is, I mean, so is the position going to be filled or not?
So that's a full year's worth of attrition. The
Yes.
concern, I believe, Stephanie, you may have an answer on that too.
Yeah, so the that position is split funded in the Emergency Planning Management Grant Fund. That is a federal grant that has been relatively uncertain. So the NOFO for this year still hasn't been released, essentially. So if we can't count on that grant funding coming in, we don't want to fill the position, because we don't necessarily want to have a position that we can't afford ongoing funding for. So what we've done is we have filled the role, essentially, like a lot of the duties, with a temporary worker in temp salaries. So that person, not full-time, obviously, but they are doing a lot of the community engagement work that Director Patrick needs. So we're going to continue. We did it last year. We're going to continue to do it this year. That seems to be fulfilling Director Patrick's needs. If we get through it another year and he simply doesn't need that position full-time, we'll remove the position. But for this year, we're simply not funding it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I had that written down, Ms. Bassnight, and I had planned to ask that question after the presentation. But thank you for asking, and I will have a follow-up. Okay, question number 1. While understanding the implications of the property tax reassessment administered by Tyler Technologies to residential, small business, and commercial entities, please share if the proposed citywide budget addresses any funding or resources to aid with appeals, and if this budget provides the necessary adequate measures to assist with any unwarranted financial implications. And you can respond to letters A, B, and C, and I'll come back with D. Sure. A, B, and C. Thank you.
Okay, so starting with A. So understanding the impact of reassessment on our taxpayers, this budget contains no property tax increase. Instead, we have opted to balance the budget using the tax stabilization reserve. We are also processing abatements through the Senior and Disabled Tax Exemption Program. And in addition to that, we have begun processing applications for Councilwoman Harley's property tax abatement for low to moderate income long-term homeowners. We will also continue to offer grants to assist residents in filing appeals with the Newcastle County Board of Assessment Review through the existing program, so long as there are funds available. So moving on to the specifying the impact of the property tax abatement program. So far, we have received 10 applications. I can't state the impact yet because those applications are still being processed, but we should have an overall number of the abatement next week.
Okay.
And then for Part B, specify the number of applicants that have submitted for grant assistance. We regret to say that this is still in the process. We are still in the process of securing a contract with a third-party organization to administer the program, but we expect to be underway before the next appeal cycle.
Okay.
And then for C, as everyone is aware, there were not any bids submitted for the RFP. Since we did not receive any responses, we have begun reaching out directly to firms and organizations that might be interested in performing the work. And Newcastle County has indicated that they will work with us to adjust the assessment if we are able to hire an expert assessor to conduct the validation.
Okay, that completes C, right?
Yes.
Okay, so for D, can you please specify the potential impacts of recent state legislation on the 2025-2026 property tax valuations and billing, such as SB 228, an act to amend Titles 9 and 14 of the Delaware Code relating to county assessments and tax collection, which would give the county the authority to conduct quality control reviews after a general assessment. Can you please explain how this proposed budget accounts for contingencies in the 2025-2026 property tax revenues and going forward?
Sure. So I'll start with the first part, which is regarding SB 228. So when we began our process for the RFP, the county didn't feel like they had the authority to adjust the tax assessment roll. That is when the General Assembly stepped in and passed SB 228, which has now fully, indisputably enabled the county to make revisions and corrections to the tax roll. And so that will allow Newcastle County to work with any expert we hire to improve the overall assessment. Now, in regard to how the proposed budget accounts for contingencies, so yes, there are quite a few pending appeals. The appeals impact the overall tax base. Mr. Winkler, in his property tax projection, has anticipated an overall reduction to the property tax base due to ongoing property tax appeals, and the revenue projections that we have in the revenue budget reflect that reduction. So we should be conservative on that front.
Okay, all right. I'm going to ask the council members to please notate the questions and your answers, so when I call on you, we can go right to the topic. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to question number 2. Considering the city has $74 million in the tax stabilization reserve fund per our FY25 ACFR, and notwithstanding that it's good financial prudence or the rule of thumb to have a minimum of 25% of the budget in the tax stabilization reserve, can you please share the rationale for the unprecedented drawdown of $24 million? And you can answer letters A, B, and C. Thank you.
Certainly. So we disagree with the how the 25% rule of thumb is being applied here. The 25% rule of thumb applies to the total fund balance. And the mid-year total fund balance was about $99 million. So after this drawdown, we will still have a healthy fund balance that is about 35% of our overall budget. We believe that will leave us in perfectly good standing with the rating agencies and is a very healthy fund balance.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, I can't. She's
Oh, apologies. Can you not hear me? Let me speak a little bit more.
text me that she's moving real fast. They can't hear her. I apologize, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Apologies.
Slow down and speak up. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that.
Let me just say one thing. Stephanie, you mentioned 35%. That equates to what dollar amount, just in case the public didn't hear that?
Yes, that will be about 70 million. 75 million.
After the 24?
Correct.
Okay, which would be the balance.
Correct.
Be what's left, but
What's
that's
left?
at 35% of the fund.
Okay.
That would be what's left.
What's
So,
left?
yeah, 35%. That is the rule of, if we're talking about minimum rules of thumb, that will be, rather than leaving a minimum of 25% in the tax stabilization reserve, our total fund balance will be 35% of the total budget, which is well above the rule of thumb for 25%.
Thank you. I just wanted you to repeat that because the volume was low, and I know that has been an ongoing question and concern.
Well, let's be clear. The volume of our savings isn't
Can you speak in the?
sorry. The volume of our savings isn't low. To give you some context, before this, we were talking about $100 million in reserve. That's 50% of our revenue. 50% of our revenue. Put that in context, the state's budget reserve is about 12% of its revenue. If it were equal to the city's percentage, the state would have $3.5 billion in reserves. Having that much reserve is not necessarily here to just balance the budget. What are you going to do with it is the real question. We had a lot of, there was a lot of resources that came in the state and city and federal government or from the federal government related to COVID. This, in some cases, allowed some agencies or departments not to have to expend dollars that they may have expended in other regards. The previous administration did a really good job of balancing the budget, so we've built up a significant reserve. But thinking about reserves in the same way that you would your own household, sitting on that much cash solves no problems. You're not going to use all of it to balance your budget. That's just not realistic to do. Because if you did, that meant that you'd probably have to come back with a huge tax increase the following year to make up for what you did. So that's not a realistic use. You're not going to use it to balance the entire thing to balance your budget. So what can you use it on in order to, one, help generate more revenue to it in the future, and two, what satisfies the needs of residents in the city? And the mayor's position is spending it in the space of economic development and housing offers a significant return to hopefully get us in a position where we can build on our savings. Mm-hmm. But sitting on it isn't moving us anywhere. We're sticking with the exact same housing supply. We have the exact same, we're running low on incentives for businesses in the city. And if we don't make that commitment, I question if we're positioning ourselves to not just address today's problems, but tomorrow's.
Thank you, Chief of Staff Cade. Ms. Mergler, we're going to go back to number 2 and answer A, B, and C.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so A is specify the return on investment of $16.8 million for the affordable housing subsidy. Well, we anticipate the creation of close to 200 new units at various levels of subsidy over the next 10 years. These units will be both homeownership and rental opportunities. Specify the return on investment of $2 million for vacant lots and projected timeline for ROI. The land bank has over 150 vacant lots in their portfolio. Our goal is to leverage innovative design and zoning techniques to develop these lots into additional housing. The total number of units created will be subject to the availability of lots, and we also plan to include subsidy for water sewer connections. And we also plan to provide significantly more detail on these programs at the real estate and housing hearing. Mm-hmm. So we'll ask that if you have really detailed questions that we wait until that hearing.
Okay. All right. So you wrapped up C.
And then C is with 5-year projections showing expenditures far outpacing revenues. Essentially, the Chief of Staff Cade already covered this pretty thoroughly, but as stated, we will still have $75 million in total fund balance remaining following this drawdown, and we believe that this is more than sufficient and that the return on investment outlined is definitely worth the investment.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on down to question number 3. Can you please discuss any current vacant positions, and you can answer A, B, and C.
Certainly. So our first vacant position is the newly created Director of Community Safety. That was created through the budget amendment on March 5th. The position is currently posted, and the posting lasts through Friday. So we definitely plan to fill that one as soon as possible. We also have a vacant Constituent Services Officer, which has been vacant since a retirement in on December 22nd. We are also looking to fill that one ASAP. And finally, we did cover the Emergency Management Planner earlier. That has been vacant since its creation and is being offset by attrition due to the uncertainty of federal funding. and none of these positions are revenue generating.
Okay. All right, thank you. So we're going to move on to question number 4. Discuss any proposed changes to positions, any positions, transition, downgrade, title change, salary changes, etc.
We have none.
None. Okay. That's pretty straightforward. We're going to move on to question number 5. Can you please discuss how this budget meets the priorities of having an inclusive community? And please specify how it supports the needs of vulnerable populations, including seniors, those with disabilities, and the immigrant populations.
Sure. So this budget is grounded in and reflects the diversity of our city and the priorities we hear from residents across Wilmington. It is focused on balancing current budget realities with long-term investments to maintain the city's vitality. Because of that focus, this budget, as we mentioned, does not include a property tax increase. This is because we know that many residents were hit with natural increases following the tax reassessment, and because of that, we responsibly accessed our large budget reserve to balance the budget. This helps ensure our vulnerable populations are not paying more than they need to, as much as we can within our control. We also funded the home repair lottery, the senior tax abatement, and the tax abatement program sponsored by Chairperson Harley as well. We also included additional funding to extend the hours worked by our Spanish-speaking constituent services temporary employee. In addition, we are working to update our website to improve usability and accuracy. As part of that effort, we will be converting our PDF forms to meet accessibility standards, and we'll be translating our forms into Spanish.
Okay, awesome. Okay, we're going to move right on into question number 6. If you can please discuss whether this budget provides the necessary funding, resources, and training for 311 to ensure that all staff are adequately trained in how to best assist with calls for services and etc. And you can answer letters A, B, and C. Thank you.
Sure. So in regard to training, yes, Project Cornerstone, which will be the city's new employee training, evaluation, and professional development platform, is scheduled to go live in July. We will now be able to better manage and schedule 311 trainings and track our employees' progress. Metrics related to customer service and 311 response time will also be integrated into our employee evaluations. We are also working on updating our knowledge base, which is the document that our call takers use to answer questions and route cases to city staff. We are also looking at ways of integrating AI to make the KB, which is the knowledge base, more user-friendly and easier to search. We will also be making improvements to the city's website to ensure usability and accuracy, which will allow us to make future improvements such as integrating something like a chatbot.
Okay.
And then for letter A on the next slide. Okay. So specify the average daily calls to 311 and the average response time for completion of the request submitted. So the graph on the left-hand side shows cases created over the last 12 months, or the average number. So as you can see, things were pretty steady from March to June, an average of about 270 to 285 per day. You'll see a very large spike in July. That was when our new utility billing system in Cuesta went live. So we got a significant number of calls regarding the new system. In addition, that is also when property tax bills went out. So you'll see that over time, cases trended back down to average levels, and then they spiked again in February, right around the time of the snowstorm. For our average response time, it varies across departments. Constituent services is quite low. Largely that is because our call center typically puts the cases that they handle underneath constituent services. So those are handled immediately. So that brings the average down. But in general, we range from a few days to, in some cases, quite a few days. If you look at Public Works, that is because of because they handle service requests that actually, somebody has to go out and perform. The average case time for those is, we have some significant outliers in relation to sidewalk requests, and in some cases tree requests. So those bring the numbers up quite a bit.
Okay.
And then next page, or next slide.
B.
Letter B, any plans for technology that can best assist constituents or improve operational efficiency? Yes. You'll see when we have our meeting with IT that we have $125,000 set aside in the IT budget specifically for 311 technology improvements. This will be enough to make the improvements requested in Councilman Spadola's resolution that was passed by Council, and will help us also explore a citywide app. And then funding allocated for 311 services. Our Salesforce licenses cost about $260,000. Our call center is about $500,000, and obviously the development costs, as mentioned above, are $125,000 in the next year.
Okay. All right. That wraps up question number 6. We're going to move on to question number 7. Can you please share if this budget provides adequate funding or resources to promote, advertise, and market all areas of Wilmington as a place for people and businesses to come visit, work, and live? Letter A.
Certainly. So this year actually gives us a wonderful opportunity to market the city. The 250th celebration is the perfect opportunity to showcase everything Wilmington has to offer, and we have quite a few activities planned that I think will really put us in the best light. We have $800,000 set aside in the recent budget amendment, and that is being used right now to plan the events.
Okay. All right. We're going to move on to number 8. Can you please discuss the planned use of $515,000 budgeted for grants to agencies in the administration division, letters A and B?
Certainly. If you go to the next slide. Okay. This is a chart of all of the grants in that line. So we have, and all of these are continuing from previous years, Hope Commission, WEDCO, the library, HBCU Week Foundation, and it asks how grants should be submitted. They must be submitted in writing to the mayor's office.
Okay. All right. Question number 9, can you please discuss the planned use for $475,000 budgeted in the miscellaneous project account line in the Cultural Affairs Division, and please share if this budget provides adequate funding and resources for the various cultural festivities throughout the city, such as but not limited to Clifford Brown Jazz Festival, July 4th celebration, Juneteenth, 250th celebration, etc. And you can answer letters A, B, and C.
Thank you, and good evening. Am I on? I can't tell. Am I?
Ye-
Okay, great.
Okay.
Good evening, Finance Chair Harley, Council President Congo, and all City Council members. This funding supports all of our major events that you just named: the Clifford Brown Jazz Festival, July 4th, Juneteenth, and 250th related activities, along with the expanded program at the Urban Artists Exchange, including all of the concerts that we're doing this year. There will be at least 40 concerts, maybe more. The new main gallery, we give opportunities for our visual artists, our local visual artists, to exhibit there. And also we do a dance program that is a 3-day dance program that adds more excitement to what we're doing over there. A significant amount of the $475 goes toward production cost and artist fees. And both of those have increased over the years, although we have kept this line, I think, fairly constant. We've asked for small increases, but not enough. I should say, not a lot. For Juneteenth, our role is to support the planning, and we go in partnership with existing organizations. Rather than holding events ourselves, we found that that's been very useful to the events that are already happening. We can help them expand their activities in recognition of Juneteenth. For the 250th celebration, as you know, there was an amendment that is covering most of the major events. However, part of this budget will go towards other programming activities that complement those major events, including, for example, for our Arts Work Summer Youth Program, we will, have projects for them that are related to the 250th celebration, and also specialized field trips. Mm-hmm. Now, for funding adequacy, in terms of adequacy, this funding allows us to do the work, but as it is across city government, it's tight. Costs continue to rise, and we are increasingly reliant on partnerships and outside support to maintain the quality of our programs. Now, the answer to more funding or adequate funding is almost always more funding, please. But I also recognize that as city government, there are multiple priorities competing for the same resources. The work we do out of cultural affairs and the services we provide are recognized by city leadership as important and invaluable. And this request reflects a responsible and measured approach to doing the work that we do. It supports essential programming while recognizing that cultural affairs is just one piece of a much larger pie. For B, all of our major events are intentionally free, and that makes them accessible, and that is very important to what it is that we do. For revenue, Clifford Brown generates limited revenue through vendors and merchandise sales. July 4th generates some vendor fee revenue. Juneteenth does not generate any revenue for the city. Any support from vendors or sponsorships go directly to the organizations that are running the events. We just enhance what it is they're doing, sometimes with a little funding, many times with coordination and city services that we recommend. The Urban Artists Exchange programming is also primarily free, and every now and then we'll have occasional and nominal fees when people come in to use the site. I want to talk a little bit about partnership and sponsorships. We rely heavily on partnerships. We work with community organizations, cultural groups, and foundations to support the programming we do out of the Office of Cultural Affairs. For Clifford Brown, we pursue corporate sponsorships every year, but those sponsorships are not guaranteed, and they have become less dependable year after year. So city funding is what ensures that the festival, in this case, Clifford Brown, remains free and, again, accessible. For the consultants, I think, yeah. I'm sorry.
And if, the first one is for admin, so I'll go through
for admin, okay, cool.
But I think Chairwoman Hartley,
Okay, sorry about that.
It's okay. Yeah, you pretty much covered any collaborations or sponsorships, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
okay, all right. So we will move right on to question number 10. Thank you. All right, so can you please share the plan used for the 387,000 budgeted for consultants? Of course, excluding OED, which is up 63,500, and you can answer letters A and B for 10. Thank you.
I'll start with admin because it's much shorter than cultural affairs.
Okay.
So we have 2 items in our consulting budget this year. One is our ongoing contract with the city's lobbyist at $46,000. And then we have a line of $50,000 for miscellaneous consulting services. Something comes up every year. We just want to be prepared. And none of these are DBEs.
Okay.
I'll let Tina take over from here.
Okay.
I just want to be clear that the 63.5K that you see there is, I guess the 387K, that's not all cultural affairs. I mean, that's clear, right? Okay. So primarily the consultants that we work with are minority-owned or minority-operated businesses. And it's difficult to mention all of the consultants that we work with, the professional consultants, because we hire consultants dependent upon the professional services we need. Some of the ones that we do work with on a regular basis are Flux Creative Consulting, who does a lot of things on our behalf. Tahira, who leads our Black Storytelling Residency. And we are also in discussion with a minority-operated company to curate and program the new main gallery that I mentioned earlier. And what we're doing is trying to create ongoing opportunities in that gallery for our visual artists and connect it to the art loop. I want to mention that it is, and I said this very quickly just a few seconds ago, we negotiate every opportunity and with every partner, professional or not, that we work with. And so projecting out, what that consultant's fee will be, or even the length of time that we will have them on board as a consultant isn't easy until we go through that process of negotiating, coordinating, and planning the activities that we do. So we do bring in consultants as we need it. For example, stage managers, production specialists, and in many cases, teaching artists. The consultants line for cultural affairs also supports artist travel and their entourage cost for primarily the Clifford Brown Jazz Festival. Now, we don't, as I said, all of our consultants are primarily minority businesses, and that is intentional. It's not 100%, but the majority are minority businesses. I have not checked to see whether or not they're DBE, but they are minority businesses or minority-owned small businesses. And we do prioritize working with our local minority small businesses primarily.
Okay. Is that it for?
Were there any questions that I haven't answered?
I just wanted to make sure as you were
Okay.
just kind of talking about each one.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a clarifying question with the consultants, not that it's additional question, but
Okay.
the 60,000 for the Office of Community Safety, you can get to that in the next question, because that was the bulk of what the increase was. I just want to make sure council
Correct.
was aware. All right, thank you. You can move on.
Thank you. I would like to acknowledge Councilmember Darby before we go to question number 11. Okay, can you please share the amount of funds expended year to date from the $500,000 contingent reserves account line? And you can go over, I see the grid there. We all see the grid. You can just kind of go through it. Thank you.
Okay, so far we have expended $290,000 from the contingent reserves. So the first line is temporary EMT field training officers. When the fire department moved to start doing EMS, they needed someone to train them on how to do the paperwork, to do the transports. There was a lot of new work that needed to be done and needed to be taught. Going forward, this will actually, the fire department is planning on training existing firefighters to do this work, to be the field training officers. Next up, we needed, you'll see actually two lines, one on September 23rd and one on December 11th for biohazard cleanup. The first was for power washing of Front and Poplar Street, where we had a large encampment, and now we have a line for $60K for ongoing cleanup at Christina Park. Let's see. So we did $25,000 to coordinate the 250th celebration working group, and we did a non-school-based educational program landscape analysis, and we have funding for temporary fencing at East Lawn Park, which was necessitated by the sale of the PepsiCo property. We are working on conveying that parcel over, annexing that parcel, which will be conveyed over to the city, but until it is, it will be fenced off. And then finally, $13,000 for additional gardening plots at Rodney Reservoir Park.
Okay. All right. So as we all know, we have the newly created Office of Community Safety. So can you please share, considering that City Council, question number 12, considering that City Council launched the Community Policing Safety Initiative in FY2023, and now this newly created office is seeking to establish something similar. Can you please share if this proposed budget provides adequate funding for Network Connect and the Center for Structured Equity for the time period of January 1, 2027 through January 30th, 2027, and explain why or why not?
Certainly. So the CPSI, as we know, is currently funded by ARPA. ARPA was an extraordinary infusion of federal money into the city. One-time funds that we, quite frankly, have never seen the likes of. So yes, part of what we did with working with council was establish a pilot program called the Community Public Safety Initiative. Unfortunately, the CPSI is too expensive to include in the city's operating budget. The total annual cost, the combined cost for Network Connect and CSE is about $1 million, which, just to level set, would be equivalent to a 2.5% tax increase. So our plan is using the MS&E budget of about, so we have $60,000 in the consulting line of the MS&E budget. We are using part of that to engage a grant writer who will be tasked with finding alternative revenue sources for this program. So essentially our plan is to write grants and figure out how to continue funding this program with either state, federal, philanthropic dollars.
Okay. All right. Question number 13 is related to the topic. Can you please share if there are any mini grants or other resources allocated in this budget for support of the community violence prevention and intervention activities as it relates to the Office of Community Safety?
Not at this time. This budget for now is very lean. So it includes enough money for the director and enough MS&E to allow for the grant writer and potentially other activities as they arise. So again, this office, through the grant writer and through the director, will be applying for grants to support these types of activities.
That's great. Okay, we're going to go right into question number 14, which is also related. Can you please discuss if this budget addresses plans for consideration of expanding CPS or other parts of the city related to hotspots, et cetera?
Absolutely. Yes, the Director of Community Safety will be tasked with developing a strategy to expand the CPSI citywide to address hotspots.
Okay, all right, and we'll continue with this topic around the Office of Community Safety. Executive Order 2026-05 states that the Office of Community Safety will enhance coordination between city departments and strengthen governmental and community partnerships. Can you please discuss any budgetary implications for planned coordination and partnerships? And let's see, you can answer both letters A and B.
Certainly. So partnerships, I think, are going to be absolutely key to the success of this department. These, enhancing coordination between city departments, strengthening governmental and community partnerships is precisely what this position is supposed to be doing. So, as we all know, these forming those partnerships, building those bridges, strategizing, coming up with plans, it's going to require hard work. It's going to require hard work, dedication, diplomacy. But fortunately, those are all things that I think are covered by that person's salary and will not require funding beyond what we've included in the MS&E budget. And so, specify if there is any potential consideration for partnership with GVI. Absolutely. This office will certainly be partnering with GVI on a strategic, although of course not monetary level, since that program is funded by the state. Specify if the budget allocates necessary resources to assist with the incident response team. Again, this budget includes funds for a director and limited MS&E, for a grant writer and other coordination activities. All other support that we offer through the office for now will be non-monetary. So coordination, strategizing, that sort of thing, but not monetary support.
Okay, and it leads us into the same topic. Can you discuss the plans for this office to collaborate with WPD regarding matters such as oversight of the Wilmington Community Police Accountability Board?
Certainly. This position will be responsible for overseeing the WCPAB. So all administrative activities, administrative support, funding, that will all come from this office.
Okay. All right. Let's move right into question number 17. As it relates to all departments, can you please provide your FY 2027 proposed organizational chart with the total number of employees regarding all the different positions, permanent, temporary, contracts, vacancy, et cetera. And you can just answer both letters A and B.
Certainly. If you advance the slides. So we have the mayor's office. This is our admin division and the constituent services division. In the admin division, we have 10 full-time equivalents, and constituent services, there are 6. If you go to the next slide, cultural affairs has 3 FTEs. Next one, the Office of Management and Budget has 5 FTEs. Emergency management has 2. However, the emergency management planner is the position that we are offsetting by attrition. Next slide. And then finally, the newly created Office of Community Safety has 1 FTE, which is the director. And the final slide, as requested, shows our senior staff and their headshots.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you to everyone that shared and presented on tonight. So at this time, we are getting ready to open up the floor to the council members, and first to the council members, and then we will move to the public. Okay. Councilmember McCoy.
I thought one of the committee members may raise their hand first.
Thank you. I
Okay.
was scanning the room too.
Okay. All right. So the question that actually came to mind was pretty much one of the last ones, and it was about CPSI. CPSI is very near and dear to our hearts. And so I would like to know, how will we keep the progress in the area that CPSI impacted the most while we wait for the Office of Community Safety to become staffed and organized?
So first, I think we got to be honest about what CPSI was supposed to do versus what it evolved into. From what I understand, it was originally designed to address violence and do violence intervention work. And throughout the process of trying to do that, I think they fell into a space where they were providing services like a state service center, which, not to say those services aren't needed, but that wasn't really what it was originally designed to be. Now, while I understand that, there's a level of developing relationships that exists so that you can address that, and I leave a lot of space for that. But if our goal is to address violence and to be violence interrupters, then for starters, we're going to have to accept the reality that that's not what CPSI turned into. The intent behind it makes total sense and is what we want to try to build on. So the positive things and the relationships that they were able to build in that space, I think we can take an opportunity to build on some of those. But the other piece of this is it was completely funded by ARPA. And as I said before, and as you can see with other municipalities, it's difficult to try to backfill ARPA funding and replace it with your own tax dollars. Then you throw on top of the fact that we're losing tax revenue as a result of the reassessment and the whole nine, makes it very difficult to continue ARPA-funded programs in the same way that they were funded in the past. So the spirit of CPSI and why it was created is embodied in this new office. And what we want to try to do is make sure that this time that we do remain laser focused on the violence reduction and the violence intervention work, and that we do more partnering with the state when it comes to state service center needs that might be out there that obviously the community definitely and desperately needs. But we're not gonna, but to create an organization that tries to be everything, they can't afford to do that, especially on the available resources that we would put in. So it would be one or the other. It would be violence reduction or it would be, services. And at the end of the day, I think we all want the focus to be violence reduction.
Thank you. Follow up?
Yes. I would like to follow because the ARPA funding is actually till December 2026 of this year. Wanted to find out how we will be still partnering with the two organizations that are still part of that. And without the fact that they actually do not have a director, are we still in regular communication with them and making certain that we're moving forward?
Yeah, so I don't know if you wanted to.
Yes, actually, we have met with both the director of CSE and Network Connect. We've discussed exactly, what coordination duties need to happen. The biggest was that we needed somebody with a city email address to be receiving the notifications from WPD so that they can send that out to the team to do their interventions. A representative from CSE now has that, so that main duty has been taken care of. And then, yes, the other deputy chief of staff and I, Chief of Staff Walker and I, are in regular communication with both entities.
And we do, hope to maintain and continue those relationships. But again, I think we just have to be more laser focused, especially as resources are more scarce.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, if I made the second follow-up.
Yes.
I just would like to state that I actually disagree with the amount that you have at CPSI per year. You have it as $1 million, and I do believe that is incorrect. Each of the actual organizations was receiving $300,000, and we lost one, and we no longer have a director.
So that is not. So we used to have three organizations. It was YAP, CSE, and Network Connect.
Right.
When YAP left the program, their funding went to Network Connect. So now Network Connect receives about $630 per year. And so that plus the $300 for CSE plus the amount that we have for the public safety roundtables equals about $1 million. A little bit over, actually.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Hackett, and then Councilmember Oliver.
Well, I'll let ladies go first. So go ahead and do your thing.
Gentlemen.
I'll let ladies go.
Can you repeat that?
I said I'll let the ladies go first. Ladies first.
Oh, okay, Councilmember,
Being a gentleman.
Councilmember Oliver.
Thank
Okay.
you. I wanted to just follow up with, on one topic that Councilman McCoy has stated. I think the CSPI, I think the ball got dropped because the administration wasn't communicating with council like they should have. So that's good to hear that it's going to be some type of information sent over to y'all because they dropped the ball. I think it was lack of communication because no one in the administration was following up on what they were doing. Yeah. Yeah. So I guess whoever I'm just mentioning, and hopefully in the future with the two organizations, it's better communication with them. Because what they were doing for as a social service, that had been going on for a while. We got a house from here and moved around and was doing what they were doing. So it wasn't like no one knew about it in the administration to sit up here and say the services they start doing were not what it intended, which is right, but nobody stopped it. So I just wanted to put that out there. But one of the questions I wanted to follow up on to whoever can answer this. Regarding Christina Park, I would like to know how much have we spent on the park today? I see the 60 here for the biohazard cleanup, and I'd just like to know the total amount that we have spent on a public park that's me, myself, a taxpayer and citizen. We've talked about it in the Civic Association from individuals who do live on the east side, who have been impacted by a lot of foot traffic from over to the park. And they asked me how much was it total, and I didn't have the amount. I said one thing, but I wasn't for sure. And there's a meeting coming up, so I would like to know how much City of Wilmington has spent in total at the park that is a taxpayer city park. Thank you.
Understood. Rather than try and ballpark it for you right now, I will add it all up and send it over.
Okay.
Excuse-
Is that
Yeah,
something?
ballpark it if you would like.
Okay. I was just going to ask the question, was that going to be included in Parks and Rec, that total?
Yeah, it wouldn't be an ongoing budgetary item for them because I believe we're going to be using grant funding for the next year, and a lot of the expenses were one time. So the expenses so far have been the contract for Friendship House, which was I think about $240,000, but I will confirm. The cost of the tents, which is about $4,000. The cost of the pallets, which was done through some remaining ARPA money and done through the challenge program, which is about $70,000. And then...
Can you speak in the microphone?
Oh, sorry, I thought I was. I apologize.
Well, you know what, I could, a little louder.
Okay. And then, sorry, I lost my train of thought. It was, there was the money for the pallets, pallets, Friendship House, cleaning, and tents.
They couldn't hear whether you said 17 or
Yeah,
17.
not here.
70.
Over here.
70 or
7-0.
70.
for the pallets.
Yes.
Okay.
So total is what?
Are you good, Councilmember Oliver?
And that was the actual construction, not just purchasing them. It was because we had the challenge, the individuals at the challenge program build them.
305?
It was ARPA funding.
Thank you.
Do you have a follow-up, Councilmember Oliver?
Yes, if everybody would just let me ask my questions, I would appreciate it. Next, regarding the 311 training, I'm gonna come back because everybody just jumped in and I lost my phone.
Councilmember Hackett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple questions. My first one is, it looks like we might be in a deficit, maybe around $1.7 million. And we use the tax stabilization fund to basically cover that. And then we're doing a one-time infusion of almost $25 million. I just try to figure out in this time and day, why do we do that today, the $20 million, but also how we, like, I didn't hear anything about how we're going to fix the deficit that we're in so that we can figure out a way to get out of it. And I know we look like the housing is an investment. Any housing in an investment is a good investment. Obviously, we need more housing. But that looks like that return might be in 10 years, which is going to be a good return when it finally happens. But when we go through WEFAC, it looks like we're constantly in a decline.
Yeah.
So what factors are we doing to make sure that that changes?
So for starters, thanks for the question. I think and I know this wasn't the heart of your question, but I think it's important for the public to know that obviously there's a difference between utilizing our cash reserves versus operating expenses. And so, yes, we have an operating shortfall of 1.7 million, which we are filling the gap with our budget reserves so that we don't have to raise taxes on residents. So your question of what are we doing to ensure that we don't get into that space or that we address the problem, for starters, is reducing our operating spending. So that one is one strategy. So not adding programs to the budget that have an ongoing cost associated with them, again, unless it's something that directly aligns with the administration's public safety goals and focus. And so that is a major component of how you prevent from getting there. When the time comes, if you're going to have to make hard decisions if you can't, if you don't have a windfall of new revenue, if you don't address the issues with red light cameras, if you don't, all of the handful of revenue streams that we have, if you don't address them, you only have a handful of choices. You either make significant cuts to services, you raise taxes. Those are your short-term solutions. And I think we have short-term solutions because we got to make long-term choices at some point or another to alleviate the situations in the years that pop up where you have to make tough short-term decisions. So when you say, why do this now? Why not now? Like, what is it that we're waiting on? What premier situation are we waiting on to utilize our cash reserves to make that investment? Are we waiting for our budget situation to miraculously change? Are we waiting to raise taxes or cut services before we make that investment? I would say, why not now when it comes to making that investment in housing? I recognize that it may take time. 10 years is a bit of a stretch.
That's what y'all put.
That's the goal of how many we should have by then. Yeah. That's not the start date of when the doors open. So the goal is within 10 years, we plan to have for this to bring at least 200 units online. So I don't think that it's something that's going to take a decade to actually start seeing the benefits from. But to be fair and honest, it's not something that's going to solve and alleviate all of our problems. We're going to have tough conversations about revenue. We're going to have to figure out the reassessment and what goes around property appeals that continue to reduce our property tax line. And we're going to have to address all of those issues at once. But I don't think that making this type of investment should be contingent on us solving all of those problems, because I think it's a part of the solution, the long-term solution.
Okay, follow up?
Yeah, and not really a follow-up. This is just another question here.
Sure.
And so we talked about rental. You know, our city is divided. We have to figure out ways that people want to be home buyers, people want to rent. Prime example, everybody don't want to own homes. Maybe they can't afford to own homes, but they can rent. I took a walk to the state, because they do supposedly rental assistance, but we go to the state building. They say, hey, listen, the rental assistant office is in Dover. It's not in Wilmington. Mr. Den, who oversees the Delaware State Housing Authority today, we see him at the park today. I asked you, do you have a first month security deposit program? He says, we don't have that program. So I try to figure out today, why don't we try to help our residents in the city? Even help residents that are trying to move to the city.
Yeah.
We're looking at different opportunities to try to figure out how to bring more talent to our community, and even the talent that's in our community to stay in our community. That's renting. Maybe they just stopping by, but maybe, who knows? Maybe if they are given some of the barriers or some cushion to stay in our city, they stay longer. We have a lot of people that's leaving from Wilmington, going to Newcastle, going to Newark, going to Middletown. But our job as a city is to continue to figure out how they can thrive and stay here. So.
Absolutely. Look, I appreciate you doing that legwork and going over to the state. The reality.
We went together.
I know we went together, but I didn't want to say that.
Okay. Put that on the record. We went over there.
I know we went together. But I will say that, look, Delaware State Housing Authority is a statewide organization. And, you know, for whatever reason, they put certain programs, point of contact, into certain parts of the state. It's a legitimate conversation to have with Delaware State Housing Authority to say, hey, you should have a rental office up here. I think it's a legitimate conversation as far as, I think the other piece of it is when it comes to rental assistance, the point of contact is DHSS. That's the entry point for the SRAP program, the State Rental Assistance Program. The point of contact, the direct point of contact isn't, they can give you information at the Delaware State Housing Authority, but you have to go through DHSS in order to qualify for the State Rental Assistance Program. And you can essentially do that at any state service center throughout the city, which is start the process for state rental assistance. I do hear your point with regard to down payment. I think the hard part is, one, things like that are usually attached to jobs. And the reason why is because giving someone payment for a down payment on a property that they can't afford, in the long run, you run into the same problems. So typically, first month down payment programs typically come with some type of a job, some type of a thing. And so, you know, we do the down payment assistance for the city. You know, we want to have a conversation about city employees and making those funds for down payment assistance, which are only for homes, purchasing of homes. If we want to make that accessible for, you know, folks who may be renting, for people who are coming here to work at the city of Wilmington, it's a worthwhile conversation, I think, to have, since we already focus on down payment assistance with that program. Maybe it gives us more opportunity to hire more people if that's the case. But again, once you start putting that cash out there just for the general public, it's hard to sustain that. And furthermore, if the argument is that the federal government or the state isn't following through with what they're supposed to do, then we should bring that to them. The idea of creating the same program that they have because they're either not funding it effectively or it's not stationed here, I don't know how that solves anybody's problem because we can't afford to do it either. And so we would be creating a program that we can't afford and have to build an entire infrastructure to give people money, to check behind them, make sure that they're using it for what they're supposed to use it for. And we just don't have the resources to do that.
Now, I do need to follow up on this one. Thank you.
Please.
And the reason being is because we look at FY25, FY26, and we look at a home repair lottery. They're trying to figure out where we're at in that status, and we might still be on FY2025. And we're trying to figure out we continue to put money towards that for homeowners. We do a lot towards homeowners because our system goes towards that because we need property tax, we need wage tax. So I get the opportunity there. But we got people that's moving in our city that wants to rent. So how do we look at that fund and different things that we do with our neighborhood stabilization to stabilize the neighborhood that we're in today?
What I will say is that the $16 million does include support for those who are developing affordable rental units.
No, I'm just saying we got a neighborhood stabilization fund that we use, that we set aside, that we haven't looked at in a different capacity, and that it doesn't change it doesn't change our budget.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think and I've said to many of your colleagues here, we've had conversations about the home repair lottery and some changes that we probably should consider thinking about. You know, I think it takes a deeper conversation because I think there's a lot of people who really like the program. So a rash choice rather than a conversation probably wouldn't make a lot of sense. But I totally agree. I think that we have to make a shift from solely focusing on home ownership to focusing on housing in general, and safe and good housing in general. And I think this budget and the 16 million does that. And if there are other strategies that we can do to make it easier or to address that, I think we're open ears.
Thank you, Chief of Staff.
Thank you.
May I ask my second question? 'Cause
Councilmember Owens.
You finished with.
I'll come
is
back.
that- Okay.
Councilmember Owens, Councilmember Bracy.
Right, but
Who's first?
if theirs is germane to this topic, then let's just stay on one topic before I go to another.
Councilmember Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One to the administration. The $16 million for the affordable housing subsidy, can you break down how you landed on the number of $16 million? Is it a certain price point that you're thinking you'll be able to get out of this or whatsoever?
So a couple of things. One, to be quite honest, is what we can do. Like if I backed into it and said, okay, this is all the stuff that's needed in the marketplace, and I'm gonna back into this number, we'd never be able to afford it. So being realistic, you look at your cash savings, what you have available, and what you can realistically and responsibly use from it, and you make a determination as to whether or not that amount is enough to move the needle at all. And then you figure out what you can do within that dollar amount that actually satisfies the goal that you're trying to attain, which is why it's very important that you stay laser focused, because you don't have enough money to do everything. And so because you don't have enough money to do everything, you really need to take heed as to how you target the resources that you have so you can get the most bang out of it. And so if you want me to say that we backed into that number from other research, it's just not realistic because we don't have the resources to back into a number. We have to pick a number that makes fiscal sense for us to be able to spend within the restrictions that exist for savings, with the understanding that we are in a operating deficit and there may be need to utilize those funds to cover that gap. And so that's how we came to the number.
And then I have two follow-ups, Madam Chair. So my first one is, with this, what would be your definition of affordable housing? Whether it's home ownership or rental opportunities?
Yeah, so, and Bob Weir, when he comes in here, he'll give you a more in-depth explanation of all the tenets of the plan. But let's be clear, it's not about just what's my definition of it. I know, the industry already goes off of AMI. And realistically, you're looking at 80% AMI all the way down to like 30% AMI, which ends up being the target for majority of our affordable housing programs. Like, let's be clear, we're not reinventing the wheel here. Like, these are already things that have been done that already have structures that exist. The state had a Catalyst program that operated and was supposed to do the exact same thing with ARPA dollars, that it couldn't, I think more of the focus is starting to go to Kent and Sussex County now with that fund. And this is designed very similar to the way that one was designed, that would basically set grant dollar amounts based on the AMI that you're able to rent or sell the property at. So the higher the AMI, which means the higher folks are making, the lower that means that that's the most amount of the grant that they can get. And as they start to work their way to, folks who have less need on the AMI list, then the grant amount goes down. So it's a scale that's pretty similar to what you've seen. And Bob, when he gets here, he'll be able to walk you through all that.
Thank you for that. And again, I know we've talked about duplication of state programs already that's doing funding for different things like rental assistance. The Catalyst Fund is one of those doing the same thing for affordable housing.
So let's be clear, it's not right now.
Yeah, because they changed their focus.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so they changed
like
their
the rental.
focus last year. And so if folks are asking, why didn't you do this last year? Part of the reason was we didn't know what the Catalyst Fund at the state was going to do. The new administration came in and said that they were going to take another look at things. And so we were going to see what they were taking another look at, because we really depend on those funds when it comes to redeveloping these properties. The city's never had the resources to develop properties. We have tax credits and things like that, but cash to redevelop, that's always been the place of the federal government and the state. And so over the years, we've provided the properties, the federal government and the state provides the money to turn them into units that people can actually move in. Those resources have dried up. And so we have to make a decision as to whether we just allow the whole strategy to dry up, or whether or not we utilize our cash savings to try to reignite the market.
No, I agree with you on that, and I agree that we shouldn't let, just because the administration on the state level has changed their focuses for things, we shouldn't let things just die off here in the city of Wilmington. As many of y'all have heard me talk about the land bank and one of their properties that is on Market Street in my area that was sold to the Delaware Affordable Housing Group with the notion that it was going to be affordable. They got city, state, all types of dollars into that project. And then they sold those, and still trying to sell those houses at $329,000. And it has been a huge issue to get people in there. We've had the director of Wilmington Housing Authority come in and in a community development meeting admit, yes, the primary focus was affordable, but then we changed focus. With this fund, if money goes to a developer, what safeguards will we have to make sure that they are actually doing that affordable housing? And if they change their focus through the project, how are we able to get that money back?
Yeah.
What safeguards are
It's a
going to be?
really good question, and I'm glad you asked it. So for starters, I think, and again, Bob will go into this. I know I keep saying Bob will go into it, then I keep explaining stuff. But what I will say is that for starters, we're not talking about upfront cash. Majority of these programs is just going to operate. This program is going to operate like majority of them do, with the expectation that you got to build and it's a reimbursement. So we got to work with lenders who can provide upfront capital for folks who may not have it or what have you, and that's easily doable. So for starters, we're not going to have a scenario where we give someone $60,000 and they don't build anything. That's not going to happen because it's all reimbursable. So we have to go in, have somebody inspect the unit, make sure it's safe and inhabitable, and then you get the reimbursement. That's how most of these housing reimbursement programs have to operate, or you end up falling in a space where you're tracing money down on the back end. I was Secretary of Economic Development for a while, and I can tell you, chasing down companies that you gave money to who didn't do what you want them to do costs way more money than the money you actually spent. And the last thing you want to do is just say, you know what, it costs us too much money to track down those taxpayer dollars. So why put ourselves in that position? So this will be a reimbursement program. What we will do on the back end is every property that we identify as affordable, there'll be a lien on the property. And so if the individual attempts to sell it at a rate that isn't affordable, then the city is in line first to collect their money back for that sale. Lien on the property if they attempt to try to rent it out at a price that is not up to our requirement, then there will be a process by way where we will have to draw back resources. I want to be clear that when we talk about AMI, it changes throughout the year, or the years. It goes up. So it'll still give them the ability, if they get a place at a specific AMI, as the AMI increases or is identified to increase by the federal government, they'll still have the ability to raise their rent to keep it in alignment with wherever AMI goes. But I think with those two, and Bob will come in and give you far more insight on the safeguards in place. But I think those two are majorly important to making sure that when we do this, we're not throwing away city taxpayer dollars behind projects that either don't happen or mistakes occur.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Vice Chair Bracy, and then Councilmember Oliver, and then Councilmember Willard.
Thanks. Thanks, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, before we move on, for any one that's listening that doesn't know what AMI means, it's Area Median Income, and that's established by the federal government, by HUD. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, because we're talking government talk, and we know what we're talking about, but other people might not. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Oliver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Marshall, we had gave you some questions to give the administration. I just want to know, did they ever send over the answers to some of them?
Respond.
Yes.
So Mr. Cade is looking into those questions. It wasn't expected for him to have those responses like tonight.
Okay.
Okay.
But majority of the questions that I think you asked, majority of them we've answered just now, and I'm sure Bob will be able to answer the rest when he comes and sits down in front of you guys.
Well, I do have one question.
Yes, Councilmember Oliver.
Thank you. One of my questions was, would a portion of the funding go towards allotting for minority contractors?
Yeah, so this is a special part in as far as my career goes. So yes and no. So what I will say is I don't expect that the $16 million is going to have some type of a set aside. Obviously, we're doing supports on the economic development side for DBEs. What I do know is that majority of the small operations that we have, one vacant or two, majority of the folks who are working on those properties coming out of the land bank, majority of those are minority contractors. The area where you want to focus in on then would be the larger contractors who are developing large housing projects. And I think what's probably the best strategy to do there to ensure that there's DBE involvement is to add an incentive to the bids or to their applications that would give them an extra points if they're hiring subcontractors from the city's DBE list. That way you don't necessarily have to create a set aside, but you still have an incentive in there where contractors can hire our DBEs that are on our list for a better chance at getting access to the grant.
Thank you.
Just one last follow-up. The only reason why I said that question, because the past administration, I have it in front of me, it was minority this. We went to Deltec, Howard, and the investment on the east side was $19 million, and out of that $19 million, the minority contractors only received $2 million. So I thought that was very disproportionate for $19 million in the minority contractors, but we always say minority, and that could be female, Hispanic, whatever minority. But to hear out of $19 million, who can go wrong if you're getting $17 million? And then you have the small people over here that we constantly are talking about that's not getting much of anything. So we don't have to get into that now. But you're talking about, and I'm going to be done, we're talking about $16 million, and I'm mentioning minorities. I'm not, and you're saying we're not going to put nothing to the side. Well, I hope we don't do the same thing that we did with all this investment that the previous mayor did with all this big-time investment, which was really looks good on the east side, but the minority contractors didn't get much of anything.
So what I will say to you is that you're using that project as an example. I'll use another one. So when I was at the state, we built the new Hodgson School, which is, I don't know if they're opening their doors at the end of the year, next year, but a huge $130+ million project. We implemented and designed a DBE program that's designed the exact same way I just told you. And that project, over 35% of it went to DBEs, millions of dollars. And so while I understand your point, the program that I just talked about with you that we probably could implement has past experience. And you can go talk to EDIS who built the Hodgson School and get an understanding, and we can talk to them to get an understanding how that strategy actually worked and how it was implemented, and that it was actually successful at achieving the goal that you're talking about. So you don't have to do this with set-asides. That is a strategy that has caused many lawsuits. What you do is you have requirements in there that show value to the project, that give incentives in their application bid for the project versus just creating general set-asides, which, you know, we've run into legal issues in the past throughout the state and the nation when it comes to trying to do it that way. This is just a different strategy to get to the same goal without creating any problems.
Thank you. Just wanted to
you.
identify what
makes
has
sense.
happened in the past.
Thank you. Vice Chair Bracy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question. So when you were going through the questions, we talked about question 1A, the property tax abatement program, only 10 applications have been submitted so far. And I remember a couple of months ago, this was all the chatter in city council, and people were coming for public comment, and we were doing resolutions, and all of this was going on. And only 10 people applied. And I'm just trying to understand, is that because there wasn't a need? Is it because we needed to market it more? Like, what, you know, is there a reason that it was such a low application rate with this program?
That's just not true. That's not true.
Thank you. Okay. All right, real quick, I'm gonna,
Anybody going to answer?
did you have, oh, I'm sorry.
So I think the only part of that we can control is the marketing. So I know that I don't think we've really done a full comms push yet, just based on capacity, so that is coming.
We definitely need to market it more. That's part of the reason why I wouldn't use public comment as a barometer. There are people who are hurting out there, and we don't need to use public comment for that. We see them, we talk to them every day, we knock on their doors, they call us. And so with the number of people that we know have a need, the 10 number it stands out. So what we plan on doing is we will do more marketing to get the word out that this does exist. And we'll go from there and see what the result is, but we do need to market it more.
Thank you. And Madam, follow up?
Yes, yes.
And please use us as a resource when, you know, as it comes to things like this.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, I definitely have a couple questions real quick.
Madam Chair,
Councilmember
did I get a
Willard,
chance to ask my
I'm
question?
sorry, go ahead.
So the administration is proposing to give $16 million to developers to build about 200 units. Preliminary estimates are that this would result in 150 new multifamily units and 50 small-scale rehabilitations over a time period you said tonight would be 10 years. With the multifamily units likely to be downtown, it sounds like the administration is proposing giving $16 million to developers for an impact of just 50 properties in Wilmington's neighborhoods getting renovated. That's not a lot. And there's still a lot of unknowns about how the proposal would work, including how affordable the units would be. A better alternative than giving money to developers would be to put in place a set of policies to make Wilmington more affordable that some city council members are supporting. This would help a lot more people, including building shelters and supportive housing to help the homeless get into housing, helping families stay stable with eviction prevention and emergency rental assistance, making a homeowner repair program a wait list instead of a lottery program, fixing the property assessment, setting up a housing trust to build more permanently affordable homes. And instead of drawing down our tax stabilization fund, which will eventually translate into higher taxes and fees for all of us, the city should fund housing investments through the capital budget. So my questions are, as an alternative to giving $16 million to developers to build about 200 new units, have you considered working with council on funding any of these other policies to address Wilmington's housing crisis, like creating supportive housing or adding shelter facilities so people who are homeless can move into housing, and providing emergency rental assistance and eviction prevention so families can avoid becoming homeless?
Thank you for your question, Councilwoman Willauer. For starters, I want to say when you say multifamily units, the assumption that it's all downtown is not accurate. A multifamily unit could be a duplex. It could be a bunch of different designs that don't necessarily have to be downtown. Two, when you say developers, you're saying it as though every developer is some huge developer who's building affordable housing and would qualify this. They're not. There are large developers out there who are not building affordable housing, and they're not going to qualify for this. So when you say developer as though it's a bad word, it's really small mom and pops who are developing and fixing up these vacant homes. And you're saying it as though they shouldn't be supported when they're the ones building the affordable housing. I don't know how you're able to build affordable housing without subsidizing the cost for construction. That's not a thing. Secondly, when you say using a housing trust to build more affordable housing, that's what this is. This is a housing fund to build more affordable housing, but it sounds like you don't like that it's 16 million. I would argue, what dollar amount lower than that do you think would be sufficient to satisfy the needs? I don't think that's enough to do it, but it's all we can afford. So the idea that it should be less money to support the development of housing doesn't really align with what you're saying the goal is. Secondly, utilizing the capital budget, those are all dollars that come along with us having to pay it back with interest. Why would we take out debt to pay for housing when we have cash there that can accommodate it? That's not affordability. It's paying for something out of the capital budget, which we will have to pay back with interest, and tacking on that cost to taxpayers down the line when you raise their taxes in order to cover your debt service. This is not a game. This is not some scenario where it's just, let's disagree with the administration. Like, we agree that housing is an issue, but everything that you laid out is completely against what we just talked about as far as goals of not adding on long-term operating costs. Every idea that you just talked about, a homeless shelter. The state right now has the Hope Center, or the county has the Hope Center, and they can't afford it. The state's not taking it on because they can't afford the ongoing capital costs. If DHSS, that has a budget of $2 billion, is worried about taking on the ongoing expenses of a shelter, why would the city, who has a budget that is 10% of that, think that we can take that on? It's a need that exists, but the city of Wilmington's budget cannot be the solution for every problem. We have to work collaboratively with the state to try to identify resources and services for that population. I do support the state providing more transitional housing. I think we desperately need it. But if you're saying that in order for us to satisfy this issue, we have to put all of our housing money into social services, which is essentially what that is, putting all of our housing money into social services where we won't solve that problem and we won't solve this problem. I don't see why that works out better than what we've proposed.
So I have a follow-up?
Yes.
So, my view is that, this $16 million to developers and everything I've heard tonight, that these are state-level dollars for state-level programs. And $16 million is a lot of money to take out of our tax stabilization fund, but it's not a lot when it comes to building housing. We're talking about creating 200 units with $16 million. And also, tonight, we have heard our expenses are going up faster than our income. And the tax stabilization fund is our cushion. Like, we, the people of Wilmington, the residents, the taxpayers, it's our cushion to either raising taxes or cutting services. Like, these are the choices that we're going to make if we spend down our tax stabilization reserve to the point where we don't have it to fill in budget gaps. And so I just wonder why. My question is have you considered, instead of taking that $16 million out of our tax stabilization reserve, have you considered working with the state to get them to reinstate some of these very valuable programs that we need to develop affordable housing?
So the program that I talked about was just a catalyst program that the state operated, was funded by ARPA. That money's not coming back. So if the idea is asking the state if they're going to fund an ARPA program again, they're not. All right. So if we're just sitting back hoping that they start rolling out the ARPA money and the COVID money again, that's not happening. And so, two, I would say that you're mentioning 200 affordable units. Remember that this program is supposed to also leverage other units. So it's not just 200 units that you're going to see. You would see more units once you factored in all units developed. We're just talking about the affordable component. So we do expect that while our dollars are only going to the affordable units, that some of those units are going to be in buildings that have other market rate units within them, mixed income opportunities. And so we do realize that these dollars are going to leverage private dollars that are going to create new units as well. So I don't want to just have us locked down on the affordable component, also think about the other market rate units that would be coming online as a result of this. The other thing that you mentioned is our ability to coordinate with the state on these, like whether we've used, why would we use the tax stabilization money instead of asking the state for it? Is that your question?
Yes.
Yeah, so part of that is, one, the state does provide strong neighborhoods money. They provide money for smaller initiatives, but they're not Wilmington-centric. Majority of the dollars that the state puts aside, they have to share up and down the state, from downtown development districts to this. So the opportunity where they're gonna put money up for Wilmington and it's gonna total this amount isn't true. If they put up 20 million, recognize that 20 million is gonna be spread throughout the entire state, not just in Wilmington. So anytime you ask the state for something, you have to factor in that it will never just be Wilmington that gets it. And so, yeah, we can ask the state for money, but the state is not gonna give us the same amount that we think they will. They're definitely not gonna target as much to us as they did during COVID when, you know, to be frank, the previous governor was in there. I just don't think you're seeing that, and we have to respond. And again, utilizing, I agree with you when it comes to the tax stabilization fund. This is not something that you can do repeatedly. This is something that you can only really do one time and for specific things that make sense. We're still well within our savings requirement, so I don't foresee there being an issue. But to your point, if the goal is we need this to balance the budget, what I'm hearing is that we think that this fund should be used to balance the budget in perpetuity. And I don't think that that's the goal of this fund. The goal of this fund is to cover situations that occurred that may have been unforeseen. A property reassessment that comes in that brings in appeals that drop our revenue by 2+% or 3 percentage points. Then it makes sense to dip into the cash stabilization. But if the goal is just to leave it there so you can balance the budget in perpetuity on it, when it runs out, what's your goal? To go back to taxpayers and say, hey, we gotta do a 30% tax increase on you or 20% tax increase on you because, you know, rather than addressing the fiscal issue, we decided to dip into this tax stabilization fund to balance the budget in perpetuity. I don't think that makes much sense. It makes sense to do it now because we've got a legitimate issue that's facing us with reassessment that's causing our revenue shortfall. But with some expectation that we would be using $100 million in perpetuity to just balance the budget, I don't know where they do that, where that's something that anyone recommends in government. Nor do I think that recommending that using our capital budget, which we have to pay back, would at all be practical to use for one-time capital infusion. You would force every resident of the city to pay back whatever dollar amount that you got with interest, whereas this is not requiring them to do that.
Thank you. Okay.
You may ask your question. I'll wait till you're done.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I don't mind waiting.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. As we talk about Newcastle County, and this is just a statement to figure out if we're going to do a large investment to possibly see if there's any kind of match funds or possibly them getting involved in this one-time infusion. This is something big to the city, but Newcastle County is a part of it.
Yeah.
So I think they should also be at the table in this matter. My other step point is just to talk about our homeless, company that we have at this moment in time. When we look at the situation and we talked about it, it looks like we spent almost $300,000. And it looks like it's only maybe 50, 60 people down there, but we could be building to add more people down there. So I look at, we talk about costs that we don't have right now. It looks like we're going to create something that's going to add more costs in the future.
Yeah, so that's not what we want to do.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm
agree
just
with
trying to figure out how do we not want to do that when it looks like that's the plan and where we're going when we're deciding that we want to create this here inside of a city park. On top of that, I just look at it and say, if you had $500,000, could $500,000 go into looking at immediate services to help the 50 people that's there to figure out how we do already have Sunday breakfast mission and all different other services in our city of Wilmington. Now, we talk about services all day that we already have.
So I think one thing that you're not taking into consideration is that, groups like Sunday Breakfast Mission, they have rules and requirements to taking advantage of their services. The population that we're talking about, Christina River Park, requires far more services than we can afford to ensure that they get everything that they need to get out of that situation.
Right.
Our choices and options are to leave folks where they were, under train trestles, sorry for being crude, using the toilet and trash cans underneath train trestles, or to bring them out so we can provide them services. So let's be clear, our options, we don't have perfect choices here. We don't have perfect choices to say, well, if we bring them there, we got to give them all of the city has to pay for all of the services. We're just not going to be able to. We're going to continue to lean on the state to do it and to assist us with it. We don't have a goal of making this something that we bake into our ongoing operating budget. Our goal is to see how many people are part of this population we can get to springboard out of their predicament, but eventually we're going to have to tailor it back. I think the reality is we felt like we were forced to do this because the population had increased and was not, again, just in their traditional locations where they've been over the decades. We had a lot of new folks come in, and we had to do something. We had to provide some services for them, even though we don't have those resources. So yeah, I totally understand, but the idea that for 50 people, it just takes $10,000 each to solve their problem, that's not true. Like, that's not realistic. Like, so just to say, oh, well, you just take $500,000 and give it to them to solve their issue. If you believe that $10,000 alone for services and needs solves each of those individuals' problems that are down there, that's just not practical.
Let me put that on the record. I did not say give them $10,000.
But if you're saying, no,
I would also,
towards them, in my mind, I break that down per individual.
I do think it's important to clarify, though, that we aren't proposing that those costs are, we're not proposing those ongoing costs in our operating budget.
Correct.
So we are looking at covering the largest costs from opioid settlement money. So we're looking at covering that with grant money ongoing. And then the remainder of the costs are generally one time from this year. So,
but I agree with
Thank you,
This is not
Stephanie
something-
Mercury. I think that's what I was asking here. We're talking about the question, we have a $300,000 cost. We're in a $1.7 million deficit. I'm trying to figure out,
But all of that money right
I'm on the
there-
finance committee, I'm trying to figure out how do we continue to manage that, lower that down.
Good question.
Thank you.
It's a great question, but
Answer.
I just want
Thank you for that answer.
I just want to be clear that the opioid money hasn't been what's funded it to this point.
No, correct.
Which is what you asked. And we have funded it to this point in one-time funding. If you're talking about ongoing, how do we plan on covering costs in the future while we're doing this? It's opioid settlement resources that we would utilize to do that. But as short-term money, it's not something that we could depend on long-term, so the principle still remains.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. So I think we are going to switch now to go to the public. And Councilmember Darby, I did acknowledge you, but I will acknowledge you again. Okay, we're going to start with Daisy, Mimi, Sebelis, and I'm going to ask that you, for the record, please repeat your name to make sure that it's pronounced correctly, the district, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay. I'm Mimi Siebalist. I live in District 1. This is a budget meeting, which means priorities, and I've heard everything you've had to say, and it seems like your priorities are pretty clear. $20 million is being framed as a response to a housing crisis, but $16 million is going to developer incentives. So when public money is directed toward private development without clear safeguards or accountability for who is actually getting housed and when, people are going to question who it's for, and they should. So Wilmington's poverty rate is approximately 20%, which is far higher than the national average. And when we're told that things like rental assistance is too expensive because it creates long-term costs, respectfully, so does homelessness. It's expensive in dollars, in suffering, in trauma, and in lost human dignity every single day. This should be also addressing homelessness. It must include housing for people exiting homelessness, supportive services, low barrier access, placement, increased beds. Because what I hear is affordable housing development, approximately 200 units, that incentivizes mostly, it seems like, moderate income households. And I get that from Carney's speech, not from what was said tonight, because he talked about 300 rehabbed units that went to moderate income families. Well, moderate income is not homelessness. It's not poverty. It's not people living outside right now. So this morning, the city was at Christina Park, telling people that they need to go into tiny little parcels, telling them what they can't fit in their little Timu tent was going to be thrown away, and that if they didn't comply, they could potentially be arrested. That is not okay. That was for optics. That was to make everything look cleaner. It was not for the people. And I keep hearing that all of this is the responsibility all sits with the state. Well, fine, act like it. Because if your resources are that limited, then your priorities should be clearer, not worse. If you're choosing to spend what you do have, what you are getting on developers while people are being displaced, that you don't get to say your hands are tied while you make those decisions. And it shows me how the city is operating. Yesterday, Councilman Owens came to the park. He walked through the park. He sat down. He met with people. He asked how they could get real support, what they needed. He came quietly. He didn't exploit people. He was there today. So was Councilperson Hackett and Darby. They didn't need a marching band. They didn't need fanfare. They didn't need a photo op. That is what compassion looks like. I want to see more of it, and I'm not seeing it here in this budget. It is very easy to act the hero when it looks good, to make statements, hold events, and say, hey, look, we helped. But real care does not look like that. It's showing up, helping people. When it's uncomfortable or inconvenient, and there's no credit to be taken.
26.
Say again, I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You had 3 minutes.
I just want to say really quickly that a lot of the people in the council claim to be Christians, claim to read the Bible, but Isaiah, Matthew, Proverbs, Deuteronomy, Luke, James, Zechariah, Ezekiel, they tell you that caring about the poor is not a side issue. It is the thing in which everything else, the standard by which everything is judged. And I just wish you would hold that in your heart. Thank you.
Yes, and for the record, Councilwoman Harley was down at the park too. Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Is Daisy here? Is Daisy here? Pardon me? Hi, Daisy? Are you on the Zoom? Okay, I'm going to move to Kevin Smith. Kevin, are you on the line? I'm going to switch to Daisy. Daisy. Can you repeat your name and your district? Daisy, are you on the line? I'm going to, okay, we're going to move to Kevin Smith. These are individuals that signed up when we first started.
Madam Chair and City Council members, good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all. On behalf of Habitat for Humanity of Newcastle County, we are heartened by the mayor's proposed budget for this massive increase in housing. Never have we seen an issue like this before in our country, in our state, in our city. To to take care of this affordable housing crisis that we're all in. So we stand ready to work with the city. We have been building and renovating houses here in the city of Wilmington for 40 years, working with the city of Wilmington. We have on our own dozens and dozens of our own lots outside of the Wilmington Land Bank that we are preparing to develop new housing on. We also continue to work in neighborhoods to build and renovate houses. More particularly lately, our rent-to-own program for those who don't quite qualify yet for our zero-interest mortgage. So we look to transform these neighborhoods by increasing home ownership and stability. And we're very encouraged by the mayor's commitment towards that end. We also just have to share also as the city's contractor in the lottery repair program. We have been working with the city in that capacity for nearly 6 years, helping families stay in their homes. And we want to just provide the feedback. We think just as important that folks can have the opportunity to gain affordable housing is that they retain it as well. Most of those that we work with in the repair program are seniors. We cannot afford for them to lose their housing. We've noticed in the mayor's proposed budget a cut of 2/3 of what we've been receiving previously in the city's budget. So we remain concerned about that and encourage the mayor's office and city council to work so that we can continue to serve as many folks who need repairs across the city. We support the recommendation to move the lottery to a wait list, and we stand ready to work together in that end. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move to individuals in the room. Is it Jean Messick? You can come at this time. Please state your name, your district, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Gene Messick. I work with Food Not Bombs, other mutual aid organizations that help the people in the city, including at Christina Park. I want to thank the City Council for taking the time to listen to public comment. I know Mr. Karen Cade told you all not to, regard what we have to say today. I wanted to echo what Councilor Willauer is asking for. What the money that she is asking for would be is an ongoing investment. We have 600 unhoused in this city, according to 2025 pit count. 200 units is not going to do anything to help them. We have people on the verge of losing housing. We have people that are unable to afford their utilities. We have people that are ready for housing, but the systems in place, the services that are available to them are too restrictive. These people need to be sheltered. And to do so would be an investment in the well-being of Wilmington for generations to come. The units that the mayor is talking about building, we won't see a return on investment for 10 years, he's saying. What are these units going to do for us in the interim when today we can get people the services that they need to become productive members of society? They're already there. They're already helping one another. They're already working with community members and talking to people on the streets. They'll eat with you, they'll talk with you, they'll joke with you. They're all ready. You just need to find a way to get them in somewhere, because the places that are available are not taking them. You all have the resources to make that happen. We have 8 months before the weather turns cold again, and you're going to have to hold to account all of the people out there freezing and dying because you chose not to act. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Is there Adam Whitney. Adam Whitney. Pardon me.
Yeah, I'm definitely here.
Okay. You can give us your name and
All
your
right.
district.
Well, yeah, I'm a Dem. Since this Cade guy is disregarding public comments, I'm gonna say how I really feel. The mayor and his goons said the rent being high is a symptom of a bigger problem. I think they're 100% correct. The bigger problem is that these guys are shaking their hands with these developers and trying to make money off of our taxes and not actually supporting Wilmington residents. Their priorities are focused on the transplants coming out from New York and New Jersey. And he's wrong that the solution is to throw that $16 million at them. Obviously, we all know that. Any person who looks at things logically knows that, and he's come up with a lot of tricky excuses, backtracking, trying to say why the $16 million needs to go to his friends, right? The problem is that ghouls like Carney and his lackeys working to raise rent and pushing people into homelessness, and then creating this Christina Park situation, which they corralled people into. On top of that, threatening violence to people who don't follow their exact open air prison policy, throw everything they own away. This isn't even about a budget anymore. This is just theft, basically. This is embezzlement. And people have been inching at the question, why is it $16 million for 200 units? It's embezzlement. Come on, guys. We understand what's going on. We see it right in front of our eyes. And while we're currently facing, us residents, we are currently facing the violence that the mayor's office is inflicting on us, helping these landlords skyrocket rent and preventing any protections from showing up. We have to make sure that we have some kind of safety net to survive this flood of gentrification that this Cade, Ghoul, and Carney are introducing. Yeah, so just let human beings buy the property instead of having it belong to all these faceless entities that are selling it to the developers and making a quick buck off of contractors. And, just let people buy the properties themselves then. Buy the lots themselves. Help them build a house for themselves. Help us work as a community instead of the mom and pop developers. What the hell is a mom and pop developer? Come on, man. You messed up with that one. Yeah. Bring in the mom and pop developers to use all of our tax money to make luxury apartments that none of us are going to be able to afford. It's going to go all to these freaking people from New York and New Jersey. Anyway, yeah. Fuck you, Carney.
Whoa. Wow.
You're not allowed to say that.
Okay. Let's avoid any profanity. Civility is basically being respectful. We're going to respect you, and we're asking that you respect this process here, and please no profanity. Is there a Chris Beardsley in the room? Your name and district, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Christopher Beardsley, and I live in Townsend, but I have family that lives in Wilmington, so I'm speaking on their behalf. I want to bring us to a point in 1960s where Lyndon Johnson had what was called the Kaiser Committee. It was a committee that was to address homelessness nationwide. That committee said that the best way to use homeless resources was housing allowances. And a place where housing allowances was piloted was the city of Wilmington. Housing allowances showed that it had no inflationary impact, that it went to the individuals who needed it, and if they wanted to move to a place that was within quality standards, they were allowed to do that. That is very much in the line with the direct rental assistance that Councilman Owens is saying. Housing is needed, but not what is called affordable housing. We need public housing that hasn't been allowed within the US government since the 1990s due to the Faircloth Amendment. What affordable housing is now is private equity, which holds ownership over residential property as developers are, which leads to a lot of exploitation over individuals who are trying to pay the rent on a day-to-day basis. This is the wrong way to manage the government's resources. $20 million to hand to developers, even as we're seeing developers use AI to compete on how we can raise prices, to gouge out more and more of resources that people are trying to use on a day-to-day basis. The process that you're describing is gentrification, and you're right. We've seen this, we're not reinventing the wheel. This has been happening all across the country, and we saw, and it's even more evident in DC, where a primarily Black and brown majority, So, due to the strategy that you are suggesting, that is the same strategy that pushed Black and brown residents out of DC. It is. And is what I saw in, well, I was in Southeast Anacostia, DC, seeing the exact same issues that you're suggesting. I lived in that city too, in Anacostia, Ward 8.
Right, yeah. Go ahead. You have 40.
Can I have my time back?
Yeah, the 40. Go ahead.
I worked 2 jobs, and I lived in a room paying $700 a month. That was the only way, and you're expecting people with no rent stabilization, with no direct rental assistance, to make it. I have family in this city that was homeless for 10 years and could not get access to the things you're suggesting. I had to pull $800 from their Social Security and from friends and family to fill the gap. Rental assistance would provide relief to us as we're trying to pay for things like electricity out of our own pockets. What if I had more time to say more things?
I'll give you 2 more seconds. I'll give you 2 more seconds.
I mean, do you think?
I worked at the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and all this money did was nothing. Homelessness went up, not down. It's the wrong approach.
Thank you. I'm going to ask, is there Emma? Are you here? Are you on Zoom? Or in the auditorium?
Hello,
Oh.
I'm on Zoom.
Hi, Emma. Can you state your name and your district, please? You have 3 minutes.
Great, I'm Emma. I have been hearing a lot of stuff tonight about how expensive building affordable housing is, and how we're having budget problems. And I just wanted to say that we're paying for $67 million a year for the Wilmington Police Department, and that is money that we could be spending on building like affordable housing, public housing. That's money we could be spending on the actual people living in our city, rather than paying for people with guns to come try to force them to like accept tents that are shitty, instead of like trying to get them actually into affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a Clark? Are you on Zoom or in the room? Clark?
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you state your name and your district?
My name is Clark, and my district is, well, I don't know the name of my district, but I just wanted to say that you have all asked for respect, but none of you have respected residents, not in a way that actually matters. There is a complete lack of regard for human lives and favor of benefiting those who are most likely big business developers to create housing for rich transplants. Nobody's blind to it. We all see what you're doing, and you should be ashamed of yourself. Rich people's money should never come before human lives. We have the resources to end this, and you choose not to. Why are there empty units ready to be used We know the answer. Rent is too expensive, and the city refuses to lower it for people. Refuses. We know that that would work. You could easily pay for all these things if you had a 90% tax rate on the rich like we did in the 50s. It wouldn't even be a problem. I don't need the rest of my time. I'm done.
All right, thank you. Do we have a Garcia Ferns in the room or on the line? I think that's me. Okay. Oh, that's all right. You can pronounce your name and let us know what district you're in. Thank you. 3 minutes.
Yes. My name is Gavin Ferris.
Gavin, thank you.
And I have a prepared letter on behalf of Food Not Bombs Wilmington, the Delaware Democratic Socialists of America, and others.
You have 3 minutes.
Mayor Carney's decision to authorize only a single encampment, as stated by the Task Force on Homelessness document released by his office, is not a feasible solution to homelessness and has left housing insecure residents feeling unsafe and abandoned. The city has a responsibility to all its residents, including those experiencing homelessness. However, elected officials have left the responsibility of helping the homeless to local nonprofits, faith groups, mutual aid organizations, and individual charities. Over time, the number of people experiencing homelessness in Wilmington has grown to more than 600. This level of need cannot be left to charity and volunteers. Doing so only puts a Band-Aid on a lack of affordable housing and systemic oppression that keeps people unhoused. During the snowstorms of January and February 2026, the city revealed its deep lack of emergency preparedness, specifically for those experiencing homelessness. While nonprofits and volunteers scrambled to care for the unhoused, it gradually and painfully became clear that the city government did less than the bare minimum to ensure their well-being. The burden fell on volunteers to coordinate and execute both high and ground-level emergency plans. This is unacceptable. With these failures in mind, we call upon the Carney administration and Wilmington City Council to immediately draft and adopt a written weather emergency plan caring for the homeless during adverse weather events, including but not limited to an accessible emergency stockpile of non-perishables and water, at least 48 hours of advance notice of where daytime and overnight warming and cooling centers and resources will be, city-supported staffing and security for warming and cooling centers, free and accessible transportation during adverse weather events, appropriate funding to emergency staff and facilities, clean and accessible accommodations with low barriers to entry, including for those with children, pets, and/or disabilities, a list of published standard operating procedures addressing core needs for weather emergencies that both emergency staff and volunteers can follow. Additionally, we call upon the Carney administration and Wilmington City Council to focus on long-term planning, including but not limited to investing $10 million of city and state funding into the construction and operation of low-barrier emergency and transitional shelters, supportive housing units, identifying city-owned Wilmington and land bank-owned Wilmington Authority owned vacant buildings that can be transitioned into housing for people experiencing homelessness and housing insecure families. Y'all spent $40 a piece on tents from Amazon and $700 a piece on the wooden pallets to put them on, and then threatened to evict anyone who refused to move into that Amazon $40 tent after telling them that this park was the only place they were allowed to camp in the first place.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, one second, can you just state what district possibly? I know you asked that question.
I live in Newark, but I'm volunteering at the encampment several times a week.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there a Janine Cam Sarah in the room or on Zoom? She's on Zoom. Okay. Jean Cam Sarah?
Hi, thank
Hello.
you. My name is John Gambara. Thank you very much.
Okay, your name and district? In 3 minutes.
I'm out of district, but I have been volunteering in Christina Park for the past 2 days.
I'm
and
sorry.
I guess I want to say that
I'm sorry. Can you repeat your name again?
John Gambara.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So I've been volunteering in Christina Park for the past 2 days. I just want to say that we saw several council members show up and engage with the people, and I'm very grateful to them. I also wanted on record that I saw Chief of Staff Cade acting completely disrespectful to a volunteer, being quite emotional and just plain rude to folks who have been doing groundwork. And I just want that on record. He did not talk to any of the residents or help with any of the work. He was a total chaos agent and left. And this is all behavior that was recorded by myself and others. So on to what I want to say to the rest of the council. We want to save the city residents' tax money. Great. The people in Christina Park are city residents too. They are not being treated like residents. They are being treated like animals. They will never be able to access this affordable housing. You are all talking about funding. There is no ladder to getting out of poverty. You all have taken it away and given them $40 tents instead that will degrade in a few months. That park is only going to get more full as housing gets more and more unstable and high, turning it into a concentration camp in which people are packed together like animals, is only going to lead to tension, frustration, and potential eventual arrests from people lashing out, reasonably so, over unjust conditions. You all are trying to fill prisons instead of filling homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have Rich Hawkins in the room on Zoom? Okay. We asked you to repeat your name just so we can have it on record and your district. Thank you. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Council, for the time that you're giving us to speak. My name is Rich Hawkins, and I've worked directly with the unhoused population at Christina Park. I am not a billionaire funded chaos merchant, as Mr. Cade screamed in our faces this afternoon at the park, as we were simply there handing out aid to the people at the park. I am a proud Delawarean and a member of the concerned public. While I do not live in Wilmington, I have worked in Wilmington for years. I have friends and family in this community, and I have served the community proudly at the community education building, serving underserved, marginalized communities that the city has failed. I implore you to disregard Mr. Cade's instruction to ignore us. I am here because this budget is a failure, and the people sleeping outside tonight deserve better than what you've put on this table. Claiming that new affordable housing made by the lowest bidder developer being the solution is absolutely outrageous. Meanwhile, the money will flow out of Wilmington into the flush pockets of developers and not into the pockets of the taxpayers of this city. This is not a housing strategy. This is a wealth transfer dressed up as compassion that will only serve those who do not need this money. I will be direct, as Mr. Cade has said he's been direct. The homelessness crisis in this city is a systemic failure of governance. It is the result of chronic underinvestment in mental health services, addiction treatment, and permanent supportive housing. It is the result of reactive policy, waiting until people are in dire crisis instead of intervening before they hit the street. Every dollar spent on emergency response, camp sweeps, and temporary shelters is a dollar wasted because none of it addresses the reason people lose housing in the first place. It is a Band-Aid. We don't need another Band-Aid. We need permanent supportive housing that is managed, that is long-term, that has wraparound services built in. We don't need to be told that we cannot achieve this. This is a city of innovation and of achievement. We have great people in this city, full of potential, and we are saying that they can't achieve this. It is outrageous. It is intolerable. We need proactive outreach with real clinical capacity, not more volunteers with sandwiches and tissue paper thin tents. You've heard this before. I implore you to go out and look at those tents. Not a single window, a screen, a vent, or protection from the rain. The seams are not waterproofed. This is something you would give your children to play in the backyard. You have a duty here to the most vulnerable people in this city. This budget does not meet that duty, and I urge you to take into account the other comments that you've heard this evening from fellow advocates of the people at Christina Park and the residents of the city.
23 seconds.
I thank you for your time. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Do we have a Connor Brophy in the building? Thank you. Your name and your district, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right,
Hi, everybody. I'm Connor Brophy. I'm not actually a resident of Wilmington, but hey, I live in Wilmington Manor. I'm a whole 7 minutes from this park. Yeah, I guess the first question I want to ask folks here is, why is investment only a dirty word when we're talking about poor people? I know the answer to that, but I hope y'all ask that yourselves, especially as it relates to the capital budget. Also, y'all are telling me that was nearly $100,000 that I saw out in the park today. That's humiliating. That is a pathetic response from the city. That has to be embarrassing for everyone here. That is so demeaning to every taxpayer in the city and everyone who spends their time and money in the city. That's just crazy work, people. So yeah, we're talking about affordable housing. It's not just some arbitrary market index or a diminishing income bracket. It should be an entire strategy that is as important to get people into housing as it is to prevent getting people out of housing. We're looking at this crisis, we're looking at rising housing costs, we're looking at undue burden going on utility costs. This is a council that's responsible for that. So if y'all can't stop rent, if y'all can't get rent stabilization passed, if y'all can't prevent Doug Marbutt from stealing our lunches, y'all are the housing crisis. Y'all are the homelessness crisis. And I want you to take that seriously. I really can't believe we're talking about giving $16 million in kickbacks to developers. That's not going to get any Delawareans into housing. That's going to get white-collar jobs for these conglomerates that y'all made sure don't pay their fair share in the first place. So now who's shipping in people from Philly? Affordable housing is bigger than this arbitrary definition we've put it to, and these hopeful developers that we're hoping to be angels for us. This really needs to be about transitional housing. This needs to be about shelters. This needs to be about wraparound resources. This needs to be about making sure housing is a right and not a privilege. Again, I just want to, with the last bit of my time, talk about what I saw today in the park. That was cruelty for cruelty's sake. Again, y'all wasted $100,000 to get up 3 tents that are going to fall apart in 3 weeks. The price of that lumber, what I saw is, 6 of those pallets go down. That's a tiny house right there. If y'all actually wanted to insulate it, put a door in it, and give someone a key, like what are we doing here? It's ridiculous. It's like if y'all had a second step to any of these thoughts or implementations you put in the first place, you wouldn't be blowing our money. You'd be actually making an actual investment. Yeah, really, it's ridiculous. And I know from what I saw outside, y'all should be humiliated from what your city did to y'all today. So. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you very much. The last person that I have listed is Jay. Are you in the room or on Zoom? Okay. I'm going to take it back over to the council members. Are there any final comments from the council members?
Councilwoman, we do have a couple other people online. One is Allison Collins, and one is Cheyenne McGowan.
Okay, Allison, you may speak at this time. Can you share your name and your district?
Can you hear me?
have 3. Yes, I can hear you. Your name, your district, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I am in, I believe, the 6th district. My name is Daisy, actually. And I am here to talk about the situation that happened at the Christina Park, especially today, but ongoing. This has been, as others have stated, an embarrassment. And Clown Cade coming in here telling us that our comments don't matter and people shouldn't listen to our voices, the people that you guys are talking about who are in your community that you respect, as Cade continuously backtracked on the words that he was saying, making no sense at all. The people in this meeting, the residents of this city, the taxpayers of this city are completely confused at the mismanagement and the word jarble that the mayor's office continues to make. You're talking about human beings. The people that were out there today were there advocating and trying to keep safe human beings. That is our priority. And we can tell time and time again with every single situation that this city has gone through that human beings are not at the forefront of people's worries in the city, in the government. and it's absolutely abhorrent. And as a citizen who loves human beings, and as a taxpayer who loves human beings and wants to see them thrive, I am disturbed by the lack of humanity that comes from, especially this mayor's office. We know that he approves apartheid, he approves genocide, he approves people being slaughtered, and we are seeing the same treatment continuing to happen in our city, in our backyards, with our community members and our neighbors who just want to be treated with dignity and respect as any life deserves. And we are tired of witnessing cruelty after cruelty after cruelty and being dismissed and told that we should not be listened to. And these are the same people who won't even speak to the people that they claim that they are respecting. It's disgusting. And every single person who works for this mayor should be ashamed of themselves. That's all.
All right, thank you. All right, Cheyenne McGowan, and I'm going to ask that you please refrain from saying names. You can just share your comments.
Hi, can you hear me?
I'm gonna let Cheyenne speak. Thank you.
Can you,
Go ahead,
can you guys hear me?
You're,
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
I'm a resident of the 5th District.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to say that I was at Christiana Park earlier today, and it was very embarrassing and concerning to see the city scramble to address this problem. What I saw was a very clear message of lack of dignity toward the people in the park. The city is forcing them to abandon their belongings in favor of these city-sanctioned flimsy tents, not at all fit for prolonged time outside. Not only that, but they're being forced to squeeze their whole life on a pallet in that Timu tent. And if they do not abide by that, they will be arrested. My question right now is like, who wins in this situation? It's not me as the city taxpayer. It's not the people in the park, and it is not the community. I do think that everyone deserves to be heard and respected in this situation and allowed to live and exist as they are. I heard directly from city officials confirm that this is a pilot, that this is something that has not been fully thought out or considered. And, you know, it seems like the city has to rethink this whole thing out. But I suggest in that restructuring or whatever, you have some compassion and think of your neighbors, think of the people who have to survive and choose to get, have to survive, and you still choose to give them a hard time. I think the city can do a better job of making everyone feel heard before this issue only gets worse. I also feel like the city is putting the reputation of Friendship House on the line. There's a lot of good people who work for Friendship House and who want to actually help these people, and you are hiding behind Friendship House to push a cruel, thoughtless, and deadly agenda. So that's all that I really had to say. I hope you hear it, especially as it seems like I'm the last commenter. And I hope that that's something you consider as you continue to make your budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for their comments. Real quick, any final comments from council members? Councilmember Hackett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a real quick question. The mayor, he talks a lot about education. I think he, loves education. When he was the governor, he pretty much poured the most into our city here, as we got Murray's picture and seeing the kids over there. But I look at education today, and I, also look at the budget, and I try to figure out, where is there any after-school programming? Is there any safe havens? Our kids today, when they graduate, the one thing that I see the most that I don't think that we tapped in here in the city is our city kids graduate from high school with no opportunities. They have to figure it out. So the first thing they go to is the DoorDashes and the Amazons and the McDonald's and the different things. I was fortunate to go to a vocational school that gave me the opportunity to have a trade, just to have another opportunity. I don't see a lot of our kids today have that. So they have to figure out what's next for them. My bad, I was going in. But go ahead.
Oh, no. Were you? Keep going if you were.
Yeah, no, I just want to figure out, we're doing a infusion on housing. Mm-hmm. And I just want to figure out, I know the state is supposed to do what they're supposed to do for the city, but they wasn't going to do that for housing, so that's why you see what you see fit, and y'all put that investment in housing. But there's nothing like also investing in the people, especially our early education and also when people graduate. Those two things I feel like as a city we're missing.
So you're absolutely correct that that is a very major focus of Mayor Carney. Where you won't see it is in the mayor's office, but where you will see it is in the Parks Department budget. So that the Parks Department is led by Dr. Melody Phillips, and youth empowerment and youth engagement and, is her passion. And so you will see, any of the after-school programs. We've added money for reading assist in that budget. It's essentially when Mayor Carney came in, he kind of decided to revamp the department toward engaging kids, focusing on education, and ensuring that we are reaching our youth and preparing them for the future. So when we get to the Parks Department budget, I look forward to having this conversation further.
Thank you.
All right, thank
and
you.
if I may add, the
Yes.
Parks Department also has the Youth Career Development Program that has been going on for a number of years and has been extremely successful. So those are those opportunities also.
And I'll add, you asked about after-school care. We have about 30 slots, open slots that are available thereabouts, where we have capacity to take on more kids for free after-school care.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sorry, is that at William Hicks Anderson?
It's at Hicks.
Okay.
It's at Hicks.
We're going to talk. Hold on one second, please. We are going to wrap up this segment. As we know, we have another hearing after this one. I held on to my comments because I thought it was my comments and questions because I thought it was more important to hear from the public. So at this time, I would like to thank Mr. Cade. I would like to thank Mr. Cade, Ms. Mergler, Mrs. Betts, and Mr. Patrick for presenting this evening, as well as OMB, our Deputy Director, Mr. Winkler.
I'm not gonna lie to you,
And-
I have a point of order here. I have a point of order here.
Sorry, for the
only
point of
point of-
order, can somebody motion second, just
Point
for
of order.
parliamentary procedure, Chair?
I'm going to hear the individuals out. I am trying to close out this meeting, and I will be more than happy to listen to those individuals. Councilmember Willard?
I have a point of order. I have my hand up for
That's the
final
only
comments, and I'm allowed to, in the
Go
procedures,
ahead,
I'm allowed to make
Councilmember
my second
Willard.
comment.
Go ahead.
So Wilmington City budget's being put at risk because Newcastle County hasn't fixed the tax assessment errors. And the city of Wilmington is budgeting to collect 1.5 million less in property taxes this year than it did before the reassessment. The city plans to cover that gap by taking money out of the tax stabilization reserve this year and raising property taxes next year. In order for the city to be able to pay its bills, the solution we need is to get the properties that were underassessed to be valued correctly so they pay for their fair share of taxes. And the properties that were overassessed have to be found and fixed so homeowners aren't paying more than they should. So my question is, what is holding the city back? Oh, back in September, council set aside $500,000 to find and fix errors in the property tax assessments. And my question is, what is holding the city back from hiring appraisers this month to get appraisals of the big commercial buildings that were underassessed and getting appraisals of our residential properties that were dramatically overassessed that we can hand over to Newcastle County to fix the errors in their assessments?
Mr. Cade?
So I agree with, and I agree with everything that you're saying about the problem that the reassessment is creating. We have sought assistance from other appraisers to see if they can come in and provide something that we can provide the county that would trigger a mass change to areas that have been under and over assessed. That process, we were not successful at finding a mass appraiser that would meet the county's requirements, or that, and the ones that would, did not bid for the work. So we have gone back to the group that is responsible for kind of the professional standards associated with the act, with the work, what do they call it? The IAAO. The IAAO, in order to meet with them to see if they have some recommendations that we may be able to employ. Obviously, they are not a mass appraiser. Very few mass appraisers that are actually out there. Tyler is one of them. And so once we get word from them as to what the scope would look like, we plan to go back to the county and see if that would suffice and meet the county's benchmarks and needs that would trigger a mass a change to the appraised values. I take into consideration there's politics attached to that. I mean, they're already recommending a 17% tax increase. Odds are, solving our issue may have an impact on that number as well. So they've got a lot of politics to figure out. As far as we're concerned, though, a mistake was made. We're going to stay on top of them to try to address it. We still will continuously urge residents to challenge their appeal and appeal their values. You asked a question about private places. If you're asking us if there's a methodology or a strategy in the county's code where we would be able to take a building and force an appeal on its appraised value, there's no state or county mechanism for us to do that with the county. But we're going to continue to work with them to try to figure out whether or not there's a solution to the exact problem that you identified.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Okay, you're welcome. Councilmember Hackett, you have a point of order?
Yeah, we had a council member that wanted to speak, and I didn't want you to pass that.
Oh, I didn't see your
that was
hand.
all.
I'm sorry. I did not see your hand. So, as I was saying, I would like to
You got
thank-
another one.
Oh, Councilmember Owens.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It's not even a question, it's just a comment. I want to publicly thank Deputy Chief of Staff Walker and Migler for the work that they've done so far with the East Lawn Park. A situation came up, 5 weeks ago, and they have worked very swiftly to help get that settled and help move it back into where we never have to deal with this again, and hopefully into city hands. So I just wanted to take a quick moment to say thank you to both of them for being my first two calls and helping get that handled for that community down there.
Thank you. Vice Chair Gracie.
Motion to adjourn.
We can't adjourn. Well, we don't adjourn until after the second.
Well, motion to.
Yeah, I'm going to bring it in.
Break.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. What time is it? 7:24. So 7:34, we'll meet back here in the chambers. Thank you, everyone, and thank you to everyone that presented tonight. Have a good evening. Members of Council, Chief of Staff Simmons, department heads, and members of the public, I am calling to order the Finance Committee budget hearing for the City Council as we are just resuming from a 10-minute break. I first would like to start by recognizing members of the Finance Committee that are in attendance this evening by doing a roll call. Councilmember Darby.
Present.
Councilmember Oliver. Vice Chair Bracy.
Present.
Councilmember Hackett.
Here.
Councilmember Spadola. President Congo. I would also like to recognize other council members that are present. Councilmember Owens.
Here.
Councilmember Cabrera. Councilmember Willard.
Present.
Councilmember Johnson. Councilmember Field. Councilmember McCoy.
Here.
First, I would like to inform everyone that public comments will be asked at the end of each department's budget hearing and that we look forward for participation from the public. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. If there is any follow-up information during any of the budget hearings, Ms. Bassnight to my right will track and follow up on those requests. The budget hearings have time limitations due to time constraints. I kindly ask if all can be mindful and respectful of time. All budget questions should be of a fiscal budgetary matter only and will be limited based upon time limitations. I ask that if my colleagues have any questions, please raise your hand. It is intended for each department to present, then questions will be slated afterwards. Before I turn it over to Chief of Staff Elijah Simmons, I kindly remind my colleagues that this is the council's opportunity to continue to have our discussion, including with the public, as it relates to City Council's budget. If any council person has budgetary requests that are not part of this budget, those requests could be shared amongst your colleagues and with the administration to see if those could be negotiated within this budget. As we all know, everything cannot be included in the budget. A budget is built on compromise. It is not the intent of this meeting to do budget negotiations. Once all budget hearings are completed, then budget negotiations occur. I will turn it over to Chief of Staff Elijah Simmons for opening comments for City Council's budget, followed by an overview of Council's major changes by Ms. Bassnight. Mr. Simmons.
Thank you very much, Council Committee Chair Michelle Harley. My name is Elijah Simmons, Chief of Staff for Wilmington City Council. WI-10, if we can get the slide going up. Before I begin, I just want to say a special congratulations to Ms. Marshall Bassnight for her final budget hearing with City Council. Congrats, Marshall.
Oh, my goodness.
April Fools. Sorry, I just had to get everybody. I hope they got everyone.
Right. That was a good one. That was
Today's
a good one.
April Fools. Just had to get everybody with that one. So,
He do.
Good one.
Well, heart attack.
Like,
all right, with the first slide, the mission of City Council. So, City Council's mission is to provide visionary leadership in policymaking when quality of life matters, develop well-researched legislation that will enable Wilmington government to provide its residents, visitors, and businesses with the highest quality of public services in a fiscally responsible manner through cooperative decision-making, strong ethical leadership, open communications, and transparency with its public. Fulfill the critical responsibility of providing a check on the executive branch of city government, both through individual city council committees and legislative measures to enhance transparency, accountability, and adherence to stated and collectively agreed upon goals for city operations. Connect with constituents to identify needs in the community and to devise strategies to address those needs, both through legislation and through collaboration with the executive branch of city government. Next slide, please. So the City Council's purview covers 13 elected officials and 8 different districts governed by city code and state charter. The primary responsibilities for City Council is to enact laws, which are titled ordinances, the annual operating budget, draft resolutions, and provide checks and balances, as well as provide constituent services for city residents, as well as enacting redistricting efforts. So as you'll see on the right, it'll be a picture of the City of Wilmington district map. Next slide, please. And with our standing committees, we have Community Development Urban Planning Committee, chaired by Councilmember Maria Cabrera. The Education, Youth, and Family Services Committee, chaired by Councilmember Letitia Bracy. The Finance and Economic Development Committee, chaired by Councilmember Michelle Harley. The Health, Environmental, Aging, and Disabilities Committee, chaired by Councilmember Kobe Owens. The Intergovernmental Committee, chaired by Councilmember Sinead Darby. The Public Safety Committee, chaired by Councilmember Yolanda McCoy. And the Public Works and Transportation Committee, chaired by Councilmember Xanthia Oliver. Next slide, please. So with the City Council office operations, we have a plethora of different divisions. I'll name off them. The first one is legislative/financial admin support division, WITN/social media, the city clerk, communications, research and policy, and then the Office of Educational Advocacy. And below each one, you'll be able to see the different duties as well as descriptions for each one. Next slide, please. I'll turn it over to Ms. Marshall Bass-Knight.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. So this chart here shows all funds for City Council, both the general fund as well as the KTV fund. And with both funds combined together, City Council's budget totals $4.3 million, up roughly $76,000. Next slide, please. This next slide is the general fund. City Council's general fund budget totals $3.2 million, up approximately $35,000. Next slide, please. This is the KTV fund budget. The KTV fund budget totals roughly $1 million, up roughly $51,000. This chart here is City Council's fiscal year 27 proposed budget for the general fund. And what this pie chart shows is that 68% is your personal services costs, your people costs, your staffing costs, your health care costs. The 19% represents City Council's grant funds. The 8% represents consultant costs, and 5% is the day-to-day operation needs of the office. Next slide, please. So for City Council, for the general fund, the budget totals $3.2 million, up roughly $36,000. Personal services total $2.2 million, up $87,000. What makes up a lot of the $87,000 is health care costs increased roughly $63,000. There was $35,000 added for a front office desk receptionist / admin assistant for the Office of Education Advocacy. One of the things I just want to mention is that $35,000 was offset by $50,000 reduction in the consultant account line. So that's very key. Also, there was a $40,000 decrease in the salary for the vacant Director of Office Educational Advocacy. So the placeholder, it changed from $150,000 to $110,000. And once again, I just want to be clear, it does not mean that the salary will be at 110. It could possibly be lower. It's just there as a talking point. Also factored in this budget is the new council salaries effective for the 109th session of council for calendar year 2026 that had to be incorporated in this budget, as well as professional development for council staff for performance and COLAs. Also, there's continued costs for the internship program for 4 interns at $5,000 each, and we also have funding in here, continued funding for our comms assistant. Thank you. Okay, so this next slide is major funding changes for our MS&E. Once again, MS&E totals $1 million, a decrease of roughly $56,000. So part of MS&E, there's community activities that total $622,000. So let's talk about what that $622,000 is. That's majority of council's funds. So there's funding in there for council scholarships at $65,000, $5,000 per council person. Council person's discretionary funds for community support is still in this budget for a total of $364,988 at $28,076 per person. There's funds in here for community paid activities, which is for festivals and parades. That's budgeted at $10,000. There's continued funding for community services for ads, sponsorships, tickets, community support. That's at $47,000. There's funds for beautification funds, but the beautification funds can be utilized for beautification, or it could be used for discretionary, or it could be used for scholarships. That's at $5,769 per council person at a total of $75,000. There's also funds for miscellaneous projects, which is the large grant funds. There's funds for the Thanksgiving Turkey Drive at $25,000, HBCU Foundation at $10,000, the Rashima Dixon Foundation or Play Streets, $10,000, and the annual grant funding for WCC at $15,000. So that comes to roughly $622,000. Next slide, please. The next slide shows consultants total $264,000, roughly $47,000 decrease. So there's continued funding for a project manager at $20,000. There's funds for the annual Black Restaurant Week at $50,000. Mayor Baker's contract agreement at $15,000. The AI translation for Spanish at $15,000. Funding for 2 policy fellows at $64,000. Outside attorney expertise, financial, marketing, and et cetera at $75,000. The advocate/lobbyist at $25,000. That comes to a total of $264,000. Next slide, please. There's continued funding in the budget for professional development at $54,000 for conferences and travel. There's funding for printing and advertising at $27,000. That's funds for the public hearing notices, for our Muni Code and supplement updates, as well as for digital ads. There's funds in the budget for roughly $11,000 for food. That's for our council meetings, our budget hearings, and as well as for youth council. Miscellaneous charges, NOC, increased $15,000, and then that's for the funds to pay for our youth council. Special purpose increased by $4,000. That's the increase for the cost for the annual holiday gathering. Parking for council decreased roughly $16,200. We do have funding in for several parking passes for security purposes for council members. This chart here shows the CVT fund for WI10. Once again, personal services make up 84%. That's your people, healthcare costs. MS&E is 12%, which is basically a lot of their equipment items, and debt service represents 4% of their budget. The total budget for the CVT fund is $1 million, up roughly $51,000. Personal services total $899,000. Within personal services, healthcare costs increased $32,000. There's continued funding for professional development growth and COLAs for staff. Deleted 1 vacant defunded producer position. Debt service for WITN totals $47,000. That's up $24,000. MS&E total $131,000, a decrease of $36,000. Some of the major items that's within WITN's MS&E, $25,000 for legal expertise for the franchise agreement negotiations upcoming with Verizon, $41,000 for subscription services for KiloTrax, Adobe, Zoom, Comcast, MailChimp, Watchit, Canva, just different items. $15,000 for the Laro contract, which is for the repairs and equipment. Tightrope cable system. They have $20,000 for various miscellaneous equipment needs, $11,000 for parking, $13,000 for professional development, for conferences, travel, and registration fees. This chart here shows the amount of franchise fees that has came in from 2017 all the way to what's projected in 2027. So we can see back in 2017, we were receiving as much as $1.2 million from Comcast. We're projecting to receive roughly $820,000 for fiscal year 27. So this year, just to show the decline in revenues. Next chart. This next chart here is very key. The chart to your far right-hand side, it talks about the number of basic cable users within the city of Wilmington. As you can see, the number of subscribers has immensely from 2017, from 17,650 down to 7,653 as of December of 2025. So as the number of subscribers are coming down, that impacts our revenues. So once again, what's key here is that WITN's proposed budget is $1,077,851. We're projected to get $786,980 in franchise fees. We're also going to get $34,000 from Newcastle County. As of June 30th of 2025, our fund balance is $1.9 million. So there is a funding gap. The amount of expenditures for WITN, it exceeds the revenues. So we do have to go into our savings account for $256,000. And that's the gold circle. Next slide, please. Mr. Simmons.
Yes, thank you. So going to positions, total positions for council staff, WITN has a total of 5 full-time positions. General 9th floor council staff, there's 10, and then there's 13 council members. As far as vacancies, our director of educational advocacy has been vacant since March 8th, and then a part-time communications assistant position has been vacant since October of last year. Next slide, please. Our city council staff organizational chart for everyone to view. Next slide, please. And then the final slide is contact information for Wilmington City Council, address, phone number, etc., as well as a QR code to scan if any members of the public would like information, and lovely picture of all 13 of our council members. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Sims and Ms. Bass-Knight. Are there any questions from the council members? Council member Oliver, Vice Chair Bracy, and then Council Member Hackett.
Is your microphone on? Your microphone, is it on?
Thank you. Looking at the general fund major changes, and when it gets down to vacancy of, I thought it was education advocacy, it says 150 to 110. I know she has since received another position, so I thought we were saving that money. I didn't know we were still looking for someone for, is that the right position? Okay, am I saying it right? Okay, so decrease of 40%. I just wanted to put it on a record. I was a no for that position, and I hope everybody else would continue on.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Bass-Knight.
Yeah, and I apologize. I just want to to be clear, is the position is part of the fiscal year 27 budget. I believe if President Congo hasn't reached out to his colleagues as far as what's going to be the next step for the Office of Education Advocacy. So this here was just as a placeholder. That's the reason I made sure it was highlighted that nothing had been determined, nothing has been finalized. So the next step for the Office of Educational Advocacy is still something that's going to, open for discussion. He's not on right now. He was on earlier. I thought he would be on for this part, but unfortunately, he had to step away.
Thank you. I was just saying that as a follow-up for me. I just wanted to put that on the record, that I thought she did a good job, but it was obvious that I thought the position was really for the state, and she seems to have been very happy since I talked to her. So thank you.
Vice Chair Bracy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions. The first, the turkey drive, 25,000. Did we agree to do that, or is that just we're funding it in case? Because I didn't remember saying that I was interested in doing it. So I'm just checking to see if that was something that all of council has decided that we're going to make an annual thing.
Did you? No,
Chair Harley?
Yes.
Yes, when we did the council surveys a couple months ago, that was one of the questions on there, and that one did receive majority support from the survey questions.
Okay. Follow up?
Yes.
Thank you. And so then my next question, Black Restaurant Week, $50,000. Is that another one where the majority of council also agreed? And what does that $50,000 cover?
So it would cover pretty much all operations. Well, first off, yes, that was included in the survey as well. And that would cover all operations around the week, as well as doing another culminating event like how we did last year as well.
And what was the return on the investment for that event? Like, was there any return on the investment? Maybe is a better question.
Yeah. So I can, after this is over, I can send you, and I honestly, I can probably send all of council, if I didn't already, a survey that we had completed with all of the different restaurants that participated, where they gave us feedback of, things that they thought went well, areas of improvement for next year, et cetera. And in that survey, it covers a little bit of that ROI that they felt as though they were able to receive. And if needed, we can honestly send them another follow-up when preparing for this next year, as far as like, hey, what was the traction like? How did things go after the event took place between then and now, just to kind of get some additional feedback.
Thank you, because I feel like if the point of this is to really highlight our Black businesses and our minority-owned restaurants and food vendors, then this should be not a one and done, but a revenue-generating opportunity for them. So I just want to make sure that we're actually capturing some kind of data to show that we're actually moving the needle with them. Last question. Well, I think I have a couple more, but I'll stop. The advocate/lobbyist position, $25K. What has that person done?
That's a great question.
And who is it? And have we accomplished anything with this person?
Great question.
I mean, I'm gonna let her finish. Go ahead. I just don't know if because I've never met the person, so I'm just checking to see if any of my colleagues have.
Mr. Simmons?
Yes. So early on, before we officially brought on the lobbyists, we had a meeting with council leadership, President Congo, Finance Chair Harley, and President Pro Temp McCoy to sit down and meet with them. The lobbyists that we had contracted, I'll say on the record, they're no longer contracted now, as their contract ended yesterday with us, was Ruggiero Wilson Watson, a lobbying firm based out in Dover. Some of the work that they did for us was track legislation, things that were happening down there in the General Assembly, as well as try to advocate for some of the past resolutions here on the floor. I will say on the record that they did have some troubles trying to push pieces of legislation forward because there was a lack of interest with amongst the Wilmington delegates. Some of the Wilmington delegates felt as though there should have been more interactions before the pieces were passed on the floor, and that sort of caused some issues when it came to the lobbyists taking the pieces and trying to push them forward, which kind of kept things stagnant from moving.
So to follow up to that. So the first, you mentioned that you and council leadership met, but that's not all 13 council members. So at some point, the conversation should be had with all of us. Just because you meet with the chair of finance and the pro tem doesn't mean that the message, and it's not because it's their responsibility, that the message gets to all of us. So that's just feedback as we move forward to make sure that things like this we're engaged with as well. And none of us knew who these people were or what they were doing. Second, I think it's a better investment for us to actually be council members and meet with our local delegation ourselves, because without buy-in, we can keep sending resolutions down to Dover every day. Doesn't mean anything because Tizzy Lockman lives around the corner and I need to pick up the phone and call her. And so I would challenge us investing another $25,000 into a lobbyist we can get more done ourselves by picking up the phone. So that's just my plea to, as we discuss this budget, I'm not sure if that's needed because we've been paying for lobbyists for the last, couple years and we haven't gotten anything done. And I really feel like that's because our city delegation, they know us and they expect us to call them and get buy-in from them. And so sending a piece of paper down to Dover is not the way to do. So that's just my comment on that. I don't think I would support us having a line item for a lobbyist again. I think that money could be better used for us giving scholarships to kids or something. Thank you.
You're welcome, Councilmember Hackett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have 4 comments, and I'll start just to put this on the record when we're talking about WITN's budget. I think early on, a new council member as myself, this was the first thing that I could see in our budget when we were in a deficit. And I talked earlier about the city's budget and them being in a deficit and trying to figure out what do we do to try to get out of that deficit. Once again, when you look at the numbers of subscribers from Comcast, we have fell from 2017, 10,000 people. That has nothing to do with WITN and their performance or anything in that nature. This is just what's happening in our world today. People are streaming. People are using different devices to watch TV. It has nothing to do with anything else, but there's just different times that we're living in today. So I try to ask and try to figure out, how do we look at this gap of 256,000 and try to figure out what needs to be done today. We met as a group. It was possibly a small group and nothing was done. So I just want to put that on the record. Another thing is professional development. We have 54,000 for conferences and travel, which is basically not designated for all 13 members. It's like a first come, first served basis. So I don't see how that's based upon or how that can help anybody if it's not for us all. It's if it's already added up and somebody has trips, when the funds is down, then nobody else can use it. I think those funds could be used in different capacities. Right now, we talk a lot about our communication system. We right now need somebody to come in and be able to have reels and have more. We talked about innovation and different things, having people to come in. That looks like there's a fund right there. And then we talk about the lobbyists and the 25,000. Honestly, I think that's why they create lobbyists, to go down there and possibly do the work. I think that's what the name of the lobbyist is for. But are you honest? I think the problem that we have today is sometimes things is added into the budget and different things, but these lobbyists haven't sat in front of us to figure out what we need and how we can tackle down in Dover. So I think there should be quarterly meetings, possibly, and even more meetings with lobbyists. And like I said, we don't even know the person's name. We haven't met with the person. I don't even know if they know the agenda that we want to face to go down into Dover, because we haven't accomplished anything since I've been here in my year to say that we went down in Dover and we got something from the General Assembly to be able to build that bond. And then, I just want to state on Black Restaurant Week, for several years before I was in here, Black Restaurant Week was just them having food trucks sitting outside in front of the city of Wilmington. And we came up with innovative thoughts and different things for us to be on Market Street, inside of the Queen, and have our Black restaurants come in and be a part of something special. That was the first time you've seen all the restaurants in one place be able to showcase their talent. Also making sure that our kids, vocational kids, had the opportunity to go inside and actually cook in front of their peers that they probably look up to in the restaurants. We brought down Saul from Philadelphia, who's, to some, people, she's a celebrity. And they came down heavy. It probably was over 5,000 to 10,000 people that came out. We're trying to create an event that also continues to have the city thrive. And just like the Jazz Festival, there's no return on the Jazz Festival but smiles and beautiful, beautiful moments where families come in and they sit in and they're just like, wow, I can't believe I experienced that. And that's what we got from that Black Restaurant Week. A lot of families left there and said, hey, listen, I don't know about you, but I'll be back next year. And I got to eat for free. I sat there and I ate all day, all types of different things and all types of businesses that I didn't even know existed. So I'm just happy that we was able to put that together. But once again, the key conversation that I think Vice Chair is saying, that everybody has to be a part of the discussions. Mm-hmm. No matter what we do, we got to be a part of the discussion. And that should start immediately with our council. I think a lot of times decisions are being made, even when we get down to we talk about the Office of Educational Advocacy. And we look at this position, if it's going to be deleted, if it's going to be added, the salary is going to be raised, well, the conversation's got to go amongst the council to figure that out. So once again, we're just asking to put it back in our place so we can do our job.
Council Vice Chair Bracy.
Thank you. Just one thing that Councilman Hackett said that I agree with and I think could be an easy fix. Depending on how we decide to do this professional development, because I know some of us do go to NLC and some other, the last travel I did was actually sponsored, so I didn't have to pay through the NLC scholarship. But maybe it's a simple fix of, instead of it being first come, first serve, if it's $54K, it's divided by 13. So each council member has, $4,100 that can go towards professional development or travel or whatever is listed under that list That way it's fair, because it is true, like there are, times when, a couple of council members may travel more or go to a couple more conferences or whatever activity they do, and then when another council member comes, they're told they got to take it out of their discretionary fund. So this might be a way to just level the playing field across the board if we keep that line item in. Thank you.
Can I respond, Chair?
Yes, Ms. Bass Knight.
And I apologize, I just want to clarify, there is a policy, like for the travel. So, there is an amount per council person. There are some council persons, who choose not to travel, so there is amount divided for all 13 council members. So by the time, like, a council person maybe want to go for a second travel, yes, they are told they have to use their discretionary funds, because we don't know if another council person might want to travel later on in the year. So there, I just want to be clear, we can reshare the policy, but there is a fixed amount.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Just, Madam Chair, I just want to talk about
Yes.
this. I just want to know, and I'm not stating anything about any policy, but where are these policies at? Who, I'm trying to figure out who creates these policies, how is these policies determined? Are these policies just for I guess it's a council policy, is it in the rule? I just want to know, where do these policies lie? Because I've never heard that I had the amount of money set aside for me to go on a trip or
Can I
conferences.
Yes,
Yeah,
Ms. Bass Knight.
Yeah, and I just want to be clear, is that when all the new council members came in for orientation, everyone was set aside, as far as you have your community support funds, you have travel, so there's a policy. But if you came and you wanted, to travel, the information will be shared with you, but it is also in that voluminous document. But I just want to mention, there is a policy that has been out there, and we can reshare it with all council.
Councilmember Owens?
Yeah, just to piggyback on this, if as a individual council member, I do not want to use my funds to travel, can that policy be updated so that I can use it for a community support event for something happening in my district, or move that over to the scholarship funds that I'm going to give out to some students going to school?
Can I respond?
Yes.
So that was one of the suggestions that was on the budget survey. And when the response came back from the majority of council said no to that. So that was a suggestion. And once all the tallies came back, the response was no. So
To keep it the same.
just sharing.
I'm just a little confused. Who made the first policy then?
Yeah, I got you.
First of all,
Can we talk about this later?
Councilmember Hackett was asking a question and you responded. Would you like,
No, go.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
who was asking a question?
Kobe.
Do you have a follow-up?
No.
Go ahead. Okay, do you, Councilmember McCoy and then Councilmember Hackett, you have a lot, you want to say something? Okay, Councilmember McCoy.
All right, thank you. So I did want to kind of piggyback off when it came to the Office of Educational Advocacy. The $35,000 that was added for a front desk receptionist is something that I definitely wanted to push because I felt like we needed one. And then it says /admin assistant for OEA. I think that I just would like to state for the record that we may, if we're still trying to figure out what to do with that office, then we can actually hold off for a bit, figure out what we're doing with one in order to make sure we have room for the other. Because if we wanted to make certain that we had something for the office receptionist to do besides push the button, then let's see what we're going to do with that position. I just wanted to make sure that I put that on the record. Also, I did want to speak up when it came to the lobbyist. Mm-hmm. This is another comment. So I did get the opportunity to meet with the man and the two women who actually came with him, and they basically kind of gave their resume and the things they can do for council. But I have to admit, I had never met them before, and I really wasn't able to retain their name. But when it came down to asking questions about what they were doing for us, and we were made aware that they were feeling a little dejected because they weren't able to get things accomplished downstate. I made the point was, should we just let release them from their contract? And my position was no. because they have a contract. And I was determined to make certain that we had one of our council colleagues who actually has something going on downstate at the moment. And I'm like, until they get this thing walked through or finished through, till we see an end to that process, they're not released. I said, because like whether or not they gave us some type of discount or not, this is what they agreed to, and we wanted to see that come forward. I do agree with Councilwoman Bracy. I have regular conversations with my representative. Anything that needs to go downstate, or I'm even giving them suggestions of things that I'm doing that they may be interested downstate, I'm sharing this information so it's not, no one's out of the loop. I definitely do, I encourage all of my colleagues to have conversations with their representatives, the Senate and the rep from downstate, to make certain that they are all kind of like, even if they're not all on the same accord and not maybe seeing eye to eye, they're at least familiar with how each other, how they're being represented downstate. And they can also see, because both of my state rep and senator actually live in my district. So they need to know how I'm running things, and I want to know how they're running things. And we are at least conversating, regularly enough for them to know that I'm keeping an eye on you, and I hope you're keeping an eye on me.
Thank you. Councilmember Hackett?
Yeah, I also want to state, I think the relationships is all good, but since we've been sending resolutions down to Dover, I don't think not one got noticed. I just want to put that on the record. And also, I want to talk about the project manager. I don't know what that is, so hopefully you can explain what the project manager do in our office.
Yes.
Mr. Simmons?
Yes. The project manager is this individual who's helped out with the Community Police Accountability Board, as well as the various different subcommittees that council has established and enacted within this term. They've sort of been like the admin person helping them out.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all right.
Vice Councilmember Oliver?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go, three things. I'd like to go back to the lobbyists. I don't think it hurts to have a lobbyist, but I've asked the chief of staff, I don't know how many times at the beginning, to bring them in, do a Zoom call, everything y'all saying, that's all I've been saying. And at one time, it was like, oh, well, the lobbyist is for this. It was a whole nother excuse. And it didn't make sense to me because most of us, if you see Brett, well, just because I know him don't mean everybody knows him, but like you're saying about the manager, the project manager, you gave a real vague answer. Just call her name and say you're going to set up a Zoom call so people can, I never understood, like we're paying people and we don't even know who they are. That makes no sense to me. The project manager, I know of her, but we don't know her personally. It won't hurt just to set up a Zoom call. Like we said, 3 people just to let her come in. I've been saying this for the longest, and I do agree, which council members are saying, the lobbyist, to my understanding, is saying he's glad the contract is over because there's no communication with city council with him. And just coming up here once, chief of staff, you can set up a Zoom call for everything else. You can set up a Zoom call with leadership to show who he is and say, look, now we're in here on Thursdays. Can you come on and Zoom on Thursdays and catch people at different times while we're eating? Same thing I'm saying about the law department. I think they do good, but you send all this stuff over to the law department and then you come and you don't even know it's 4 new people over there. Since we've been in office and we just see them passing or might see them here, we don't even know them. I said, Sharon came in here, he's like, Dawn, the chief of staff can't just have them to come over when y'all having dinner. I mean, and that's all I've been saying. And I still don't know them. And I mean, a lot of this, not just blaming you, but you are the chief of staff. Some of this stuff is simple. He don't know the project manager. I kept saying, let me see the lobbyist. We're saying something up. I mean, some of this stuff is not really hard, but like it's such a big secret. So then people think, like Bracy's saying, oh, you meeting with just, you meeting with leadership. Okay, we know, but they got lives too. They ain't got time to call us and tell us everything that y'all talking about in meetings. And you may send an email, and that's really good, but it's nothing like communicating. Okay, I'm in the office. Ms. Alba, come in. Let me tell you what's going on. Have you talked to any of your colleagues? And I know it's up to us to touch base too, which we do. But I think you can do a little bit more reaching out also. when it comes to just some of the people that's hired and we don't know them. And to piggyback off what Councilman McCoy said, I thought it was supposed to be somebody at the front desk to replace Jen. I thought that was supposed to be a big thing because quite a few of us have heard that at city council and people come up there, it's nobody at the front desk. It might be a time when one of the youth are at lunch or whatever, and this is still a public building. People don't act like it, but it should be always somebody at that front desk, or at least, I don't think Tracy or Kier should have to keep getting up, answering the door when there's nobody at the front desk. I mean, they're full-time staff. They shouldn't be, or, you have Ms. Hawks back there, she's full-time. They shouldn't have to keep running and pushing the bell when it's funding in here to hire somebody at the front desk part-time.
Thank you. Councilmember Owens and then McCoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I ask my question, I just want to clarify. In your presentation under General Fund FY27 budget, you have personnel services that includes salaries and employee benefits, correct?
Yeah.
My question is, it doesn't look like it's a huge increase. Is this just cost of living increase, or are we also planning to do raises as well too?
It's cost of living increase, as well as it factors in the cost of living increase for council, as well as it does factor in performance development for staff, as well as a COLA. And just so you know, like the amount for that is anywhere from 2 to 4%.
Okay. I would just like to revisit that for all our staff, take council out of it. We're living in a time where things are skyrocketing across the board. And I truly believe that we have a dynamic staff here. But again, people's salaries aren't keeping up with the times. So I would like to see, some type of like in-depth performance review so that we could potentially raise salaries as well too, for the sole purpose. Again, we have to realize the times that we're living in right now. And my second question onto that is not necessarily our staff, but and I don't know if this is a us question, but would the pension increase, would that be a part of city council, or is that another? That's another. Okay, all right. Then I'll let that question go.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember McCoy.
Thank you. Yeah, so the other thing, well, actually, I wanted to piggyback off Councilman Owens about the COLAs. I do think we definitely need to have something a little bit more in-depth when it comes to increases, because I do realize that the cost of living has gone up, but I have to state that our staff is well paid. They get paid way more than I do in my day job. It's a couple times I said I'll leave my day job and come work here. So I just want to make certain that when it comes to our COLAs, are our COLAs all set at a certain rate, or are we fluctuating our COLAs between who's getting a COLA and when? So I just want to make certain, like, when you think of a cost of living is 3%, or a cost of living is 2.8 or whatever that is. If everyone is getting 2.8, then that is truly a cost of living. If we're fluctuating, I don't think that's considered a COLA, and I definitely would like to have more, make certain that that's actually really looked at, so that we don't see any type of differential whatever between persons, that people feel that they are being treated equitable. The other thing I wanted to state was...
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
Please, that's very
Yes.
important, because I know that staff is watching, and we try to be very transparent. So I just want to be very clear. So there's 4% budgeted, which there's a 2% minimum, for COLA. Mm-hmm. Anything beyond is pertaining to your performance adjustment, right? So no different than when the mayor did his budget. Within the budget, there's a 2.5% COLA adjustment for all the city employees, right? And for his executive and managerial employees, they get a COLA, and plus they get something for their performance adjustment. And we do something, similar.
So that actually it should say COLA and performance adjustment, and not just professional growth. What's this? This is continued funding for professional growth development. When it talks about an increase, you say COLA and performance.
Well, if you read like the justification,
Okay.
within the justification, it does mention about COLA and professional development. So it's a combination of both.
Okay. All right, so that was one thing. And my other question, hold up, where did I leave off at? Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I love the idea of the black, what was that? The Black Restaurant Week. I agree. I think there was a great, I heard about it. I actually wasn't able to go. Heard it was a great event. Like the idea of being innovative and everything. But I do recall Councilman Bracy stating and whether or not there was any way to add businesses onto it or something like that. And that probably would cost more. But I do like the idea of making certain that we have something that is basically ours. Unfortunately, the flip side of that is the turkey drive. The turkey drive, we've kind of picked that up from somebody else's thing or whatever, and I really think that we really need to think about, is this something that we want to acquire? Because it was kind of like, put upon us last year, kind of haphazardly, and it ended up being a little bit more of a cost because we didn't really plan for it. And I like the idea, as Councilman Hack is stating, innovative, making certain that this is a council thing, making certain that we can put our name on it rather than picking up something that someone else has already had and then we not doing it well. So I just would like to make certain that I add that too. There was something else I wanted to add, but I will let someone else go while I find the other question.
Councilmember Hackett and then Councilmember Owens.
Madam Chair, this is just a comment around the different things that we possibly are adding. When we look at the mayor's side, they have different events that they go on throughout the year, and it's not stated that council has anything to do with any of those events. We kind of just show up and we're just a part of it. But we do need to also be able to support our community and our city. And I think there was a mishap and there was a fumble on the ball. They call it fumble-rooski. But the city council picked it right up and ran with it. And I think we got a great opportunity here. Now, I'm not sure how we revamped that, but we find the foundation and then we build from that. Same thing with Black Restaurant Week. They thought it was a great idea. The first 2 times that was done, it wasn't done properly. So then we find the foundation that I think we laid now, and now everybody in the city is coming saying that this is an event that they want to be a part of. So I think with the turkey drive or something in Thanksgiving, we find what that foundation looks like. And once again, this is just to our chief of staff to involve us all in the conversations so that we can make it happen once again, because we can be innovative and we can think about it in a different light. But it was special. We got an opportunity to go out there and go in our senior high rises and see all those seniors that was expecting this turkeys to be able to go in there and cook for their Thanksgiving. We had the young people come out and go off the trucks and take those turkeys into those people. I mean, it was just a special moment to see a community and council be involved in that step for our community. So, I mean, I would look at it from a lens that this is something that council has in our budget that's special to the community. I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't go nowhere, but I would find the perfection to make it better. I think everything that we have the opportunity to make it better here. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Owens.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the turkey drive as well too. Yes, it was expensive this time. Again, I think it was because of the fact that we had to jump in last minute. I think with a more in-depth planning window and timeline, and being able to kind of do our outreach to different providers as well too. Not only could we probably get a cheaper price point for the turkeys, but we could probably also change up what type of turkey, like if it's a whole turkey or if it's a turkey breast, which would be easier for some seniors to be able to deal with, to be able to really make sure that we're answering their call. Councilwoman Bracy just said off to the side, and some sides as well too, which I think we can do if we have more time to partner with community on things like that. I know we don't have a nonprofit set up so that we can take donations, but I know there's other nonprofits who could come in and be partners with us for those sides. I also just want to say to this point, to all the council colleagues who did come out for the turkey drive, it was a great event. It was good seeing all of us working together to deliver for our community. And I know that the one council events started years ago, but I think as we're looking at our budget, Us as a council, we may go back and forth about policy all day long. And those conversations get very heated as well, too. But I think when it comes to doing events like this, I think we should probably sit down and say, hey, 4 events a year, every 3 months. What can we do? We put all our differences aside. What can we do as one council and really impact our community? And I think there's a great opportunity for that. I think we also just have to be able to sit down and talk about what do we think some of the needs are, what are we hearing from our constituents, and how can we, with a limited budget, how can we do something to try to address that? So it's an opportunity for us to come together and have some civility and put aside some of our differences.
Thank you, Councilmember Oliver, and then McCoy.
Thank you. Lassie, I do agree with council members to a certain extent when it comes to the turkey drive. I just know we've been doing it for years, and we spent that kind of money throughout the state. So I do think it's a conversation to sit down and take your time and do not just jump into things at the last minute and like we frequently do around here, and you look up and it's too much money being spent. Because for me, a lot of individuals in the high risers, they prefer turkey breast. Ivan got more, spent way less money than we did, and he got more publicity because he gave out turkey breast and gave out cards. So I think it's something to have a conversation about. Turkeys, them people are older now. They're not fixing, I know Hardy could tell you, I know when I went back, a lot of them was just giving them to their kids, was coming in the building, getting them. And I'm like, what, you fixing that for your mom? And they was like, oh, no, she said she don't want no turkey, just for me to bring her a platter. So I know State Rep Stephanie Bowden, Councilman Hardy and myself, we've been patronizing her for years, how she just takes dinners, and it's half the price that we are spending. She, like Councilman Kobe said, take some time and connect with some of the other providers or people who are doing some other things. So I think it might be just like the cable thing. It used to be that was the thing back then, but now turkeys aren't the things back. In the high rises, they're not. And since that was the focus to take care of the seniors are looking for platters. So maybe this is time we talk about the restaurant week. It might be a couple of the restaurants that we could connect with early and see who's interested and, doing something like that, because I went back over to another place and they gave me an extra 100 turkeys. That wasn't even used. And I just went in the community and gave them out and came up here and gave them out at the city. So it was a lot of wasted money from council. So like everybody's saying here, we just need to sit down and think about maybe certain areas and just do it properly, where we're not asking council members at the last minute for a lot of money that we really don't have because we didn't take our time. And I think we need to, like Councilman Hardy has said on several times, it's just sitting down sometime and having a conversation and not rushing everything. So I think it's a good thing, but I think it's about having a conversation how you want to do it, because we spent that kind of money on the whole state of Delaware, and we did it for Wilmington for that kind of money, and that's why we were just overlapping. And we weren't the only ones giving out turkeys, and neither was the other gentleman. It's just, it was just so many signs I seen, free turkeys, free turkeys, free turkeys. So bottom line, I just think it's something we need to sit down and evaluate and spend way less money than we did last time. That's all.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Bracy.
Thank you. And I just wanted to agree with everything that's being said, and it just reminded me of and that when we sit and talk, because it could be a district thing, like do something in each district. I went with Councilwoman McCoy when she fed the seniors in her district, and she had it catered. They had fried fish, fried chicken, and all of the fixings and salads and rolls. And the seniors that couldn't come down, the seniors that were down there was bringing them food. They was taking their little to-go containers. They loved it. And it was an easy lift because the food's delivered. She had drinks, she had snacks for them, desserts, and they were all able to eat and then take a to-go plate back to their room. And so there are creative ways that we can think about what we want to do in these senior high-rises. And it's good that we're talking about it now because it gives us a long leeway to really plan it out and be thorough.
Another thought that I have is that maybe we should ask them as well. And not to say that we are going to do exactly what it is that they recommend, but I always think that getting the feedback from the people that you're serving, that you're helping to get their feedback, because a number of the residents in the high rises, they wanted Cornish hens. They said, they waste most of the turkey, and as it has already been stated, that's not what a number of them want now. So, just to add to that point, I think we can definitely consider that as well to get the feedback from them, because with one, we could talk about it, but I think we should get feedback from the residents as well. Councilmember McCoy.
Thank you. That is actually a great idea. I like that idea, the Cornish hens, and I've actually worked with Representative Bolden. That was back in the Boston market days. Oh my God! And we was able to make certain that everybody ate for a fraction of the cost. I just wanted to point out some things when it comes to the different policies. I'm not exactly certain if we are putting them in our organizational binders and such when we're making certain that we're educating our council persons on what we're doing. But two things I know one thing specifically changed in council is that after having conversations, the policy when it comes to scholarships changed. And we had talked about it last year, and I wanted to make certain we talk about it this year. What we've done, what actually has happened is we're capable of giving out more money to a scholar. We had a conversation with the finance group from Delaware State University, and I was starting to have more issues with some of my scholars are asking for money, and I'm giving them money, but they need much more. And we're coming to find out what the what the ask was and what they were requiring the parents and the students to come up with just in order for them to begin. And once we had that conversation, we ended up finding out, they may need a little bit more. And so the policy actually increased a bit on how much we were able to give per person. That's the reason why if anybody's looking at the way I'm doing things, I'm giving out a little bit more money because I realize that they need so much more money. So that was one thing. Also, I wanted to make you aware, and the reason why I'm saying these things out here because we don't really get a chance to talk amongst ourselves. So this is the opportunity to have this types of conversation.
If I can, to Councilman McCoy, so
Yes.
that came, I'm sorry,
No.
Chair, thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
That also was brought up during the last budget hearing.
Yes.
And so that's the reason we did change the policy. We did up the amount, and we did share that, even on our website with the policy.
Okay.
So a lot of the students find that to be the very helpful. I mean, particularly Delaware State, it has helped them immensely.
Good. I'm so glad. And so we actually had that conversation, and that was actually a policy change that actually happened. And it wasn't just like, oh, she wrote it on a Post-it that, all right, now we can start giving the kids more money. She made me aware that I have to talk to the president, and we have to go through the steps on the policy change. So I just wanted to make certain you guys are aware, my colleagues were aware that there are steps. Even when we make the suggestions, there are steps that have to go through in order to make a policy change. The other thing I wanted to make you aware of is that fact that I haven't been on any conference. I think I went to one, the very maybe year two or something. But I have taken advantage of training. So I don't know whether or not you're aware, but I was able to ask whether or not I could do a training. And I did an 8-week training through Harvard Business School online, and where I did not spend that much money to fly anywhere to go get the training elsewhere, I was able to do the training online through one of the online schools. And that was a benefit to me and to the residents within my community, making certain I stay educated on things. So not only can you also go to the conferences, but you can also ask about different trainings. And these are the ways that we're able to use those funds. So I think that might be, I definitely want to make certain that I reiterate, 25,000 was a lot, and I would like to see us do a little something different.
Councilmember Hackett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, my only comment here is that, when we talking about some of the One Council events and some of the things we do, I hear about being fiduciary responsible about our funds that we send out. And I just hope that we can continue to have that same energy when we're talking about our Comcast and our WIT and our shortfall of $265,000.
Thank you. Any other council members?
Yeah,
Councilmember
thank you, Madam
Oliver?
Chair. Yeah, this last thing, Councilman McCoy, I'm glad you mentioned that out loud, because some council members don't know that you can take up some classes also, as well as travel. But I think some council members, I won't call his name, said, Xanthi, I don't care to travel. I have a family. I'm okay with it. If it's helping you out, you're going to bring something back to help our city council because we are a body as a whole. So it's not like we're not bringing individuals. I didn't go last year, but I've been maybe to 3 conferences, I think with Stephanie and 2 other ones throughout the years. But it is some good things. I know you went away, you brought some good stuff, Councilman Hardy. I know Tish, you always constantly bringing good things back. And like I said, I've only been to a couple of them, so I think some people think that a lot of people, Councilman Chris Johnson don't go, but he's like, look, I still bring some other things from training that helps us out. So it's not always just like travel. And if you don't travel, it's not fair to say the next person shouldn't be able to travel because you never know what somebody can bring back. And in the past, it's been a lot of great ideas that have been brought back. So I would say if you haven't traveled, at least maybe just go to one. And a lot of people have jobs that you just can't travel, but don't be selfish to other people because they're going to bring it back. And again, we're still a body as a whole. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And I haven't traveled this year, and may not, but I'm not going to knock the next person.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate the fact that we put money in the budget for professional development. I think it's very important when we think about, being the best version of ourselves and wanting to get new information and find out what they're doing in some other cities. I find that it happens to be a wonderful, great ideal, especially when you think about how Wilmington, we're a small city of 70,000, but when we go to some of these other conferences and we are networking and we're meeting other individuals, we learn a lot in terms of what they're doing in other cities to bring back to Wilmington. As most of us know, a number of the policies that have been implemented was as a result of, we know President Hanifa Shabazz is one, and she's one that I know for a fact went and brought back ideals, and they were actually policies that were implemented, is what I was referring to. So I'm just saying, I think I'm appreciative of the fact that we have the opportunity to utilize funds for professional development, and I understand it's not for everybody, but I think it is wonderful that we have that. Is there anyone on the Zoom that council members have any comments? No? Okay, I am going to turn it over to the public. Is there anyone from the public that have any comments? Okay, all right, I'm gonna bring it back. Are there any final comments from council? Any? None? Councilmember Bracy, is your hand up?
I was about to motion to adjourn.
Well, if nothing, we will close this out professionally like we're supposed to, right? Okay, so having said that, I would like to thank our Chief of Staff, Elijah Simmons, and Ms. Bassnight for presenting this evening. Any follow-up information, I ask that you provide it to Ms. Bassnight. And I would like to thank OMB, Mr. Greco and team, which they were here earlier for those that are just tuning in. Our department heads, WITN, we thank you for your time. Our
Ms.
council
English.
staff and members of the public. Our next budget hearings are scheduled for Monday, April the 6th at 4:30 p.m. But we'll first have to start the meeting with handling of some finance committee items. For an example, we're going to do a summary review of FY2025 annual comprehensive financial report for period ending June 30th, 2025. Our finance director, Brett Taylor, will be presenting that. We're going to have an overview audit of the city's financial statement for FY 2025, the ACFR by outside auditor Belfont Lyons and Schumann. And also, and lastly, an overview of the FY 2025 single audit reports and management letter by outside auditor Belfont, Lyons, and Schumann. I also want to mention that the budget hearings that are coming up will be the revenue projections, our finance department, and you can also tune in to WITN channel 22 to watch the meetings. You can also watch online at www.witn22.org. Also, budget information is available at www.wilmdebudget.org. Again, that's www.wilmdebudget.org. And now I would like to take a motion to adjourn. All righty. Meeting adjourned.